Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Friday, April the 16th. So might as well jump into the accountability section. I've been playing Pinball Arcade still, and I played Theater of Magic, which upon reevaluation, I decided was actually better than Star Trek The Next Generation. So now, of the games I can think of the curation that Pinball Arcade at one time had the license to, I think the Theater of Magic is the best pinball table ever. I would have a real hard time deciding somewhere a different pinball table that I can think of. It goes pretty much in my mind Theater of Magic, then Star Trek The Next Generation, then Funhouse, then Twilight Zone, and then High Speed 1 and High Speed 2. I think at some point you might go Pinbot and Jackbot after that, and there is probably several things I'm missing or forgotten about. And that's kind of the gist of the issue right now in my head in general, is that I played Theater of Magic and I don't really remember the table I played before that. It was No Fear, come to think of it, which was a combination table of like 5 different extreme sports. And so it really didn't have a lot of time to shine. The angles were a little rough, I would say, for No Fear, even though it does have a very traditional fan layout of a pinball table in which there's just a whole bunch of different ramps at different angles. Arguably far too many ramps, where Theater of Magic is kind of a fan layout also, but it does it a little bit better and it spices it up and has more variety. And what was the table before that? Yeah, the table before No Fear that I played was Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, based on the movie Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which is not really relevant to anybody in 2021. And it's not particularly a Universal Monsters comedic Frankenstein type theme. It's real serious. It is probably one of the worst tables I've ever seen in my life, in all honesty. And there clearly is a factor in the curation of the games that they picked to emulate in Pinball Arcade, that some of the licensed games that were being promoted were simply games that were licensed to be advertisements for movies, and they tend to be pretty bad. I feel the same is true. I guess we're going to play Swordcraft or Dragoncraft today in the arena run. Like the Addams Family table, I think is overrated, and I've heard other people make that claim. I don't think it's a particularly fun table, but I would argue also that let's remake a Swordcraft deck and make some changes here. The Addams family table in particular is ambitious and tries. It just kind of fails to have great angles. Whereas having to spell the word Frankenstein in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein like over a dozen times. So there's like 60 or 70 different standing targets that you potentially would have to hit to make Frankenstein really work. It's just insane. It's a crazy suggestion that you would do that on the table. So yeah, I'm not impressed at all by that. Well, let's see. Do we have any other silver cards we want to play? We'll just do that then. I also wasn't impressed with the Bram Stoker's Dracula themed table. Also, although there was one gimmick in that table that I liked, the angles were also still pretty awful. And arguably, I'd say Terminator 2 kind of same problems. Last Action Heroes kind of the same problem. There are several movie tie-ins in the early 90s and late 90s. And actually, there aren't even really any late 90s table in Pinball Arcade because pinball pretty much died in around 95, 96, 97, maybe 98. It does seem to be that the comeback of pinball is a lot more licensed tables, but like when you're making a Stranger Things pinball table, that there's just more technology and more funding behind something like that to actually make it work. Where I think they were both being squeezed by their revenue coming in as far as selling pinball tables and the competition from other things such as video games and home consoles and arcade games. Inherently, you would want to be able to potentially license or lease or rent a table to arcade companies. But as arcades started to fail, that would have also just kind of not worked great for arcades. For pinball designers too. But yeah, that first sale with all the money up front never allowed for a scenario where it was realistic for there to be a real big collector's market of people bringing pinball arcades into their houses. Let's see. With one defense.
You just don't get it.
Those centuries pass. I remember all.
Too slow.
So yeah. There was what table that was before Frankenstein? Like, I probably should talk a little bit more about Theater of Magic because that is a pretty good table. Although oddly, I didn't go 2 hours or anything with it. Part of the problem with Theater of Magic is because it's one of the first tables that they licensed, it doesn't have a pro mode. Thus, it doesn't have a way to change any of the operator settings, nor does it have a way to control the ball, even though the ball control option in pro mode has never worked once on any of the tables for my PC. I think my PC is just running too high of a frame rate and it's programmed poorly.
Forever and ever more.
Let's see, there was a sports one. Undoubtedly, there was a sports table before Frankenstein because I've been going through sports table after sports table after sports table. And it wasn't Big Hurt because that would have been the one before then. Big Hurt being the baseball themed table. What's crazy is it kind of does feel like I've only played 3 tables over the course of 2 days between Wednesday and now. And that sucks, but that may also be true. Like, it's not, it wouldn't surprise me if I have just been sleeping quite a bit. I feel like I've been accomplishing things, but maybe I really haven't been. Like, I did wake up this morning and look at my YouTube feed, and I'm like, 12 hours ago there was videos I didn't see? Did I literally actually sleep for 12 hours? And I guess I did, but it sure doesn't feel like I slept well for 12 hours, and it doesn't feel like I'm going to potentially stay up until 10 p.m. in the evening. Let's see. I don't know what to do. I could play this to kill this to save myself some time, or I could just end the turn for safety reasons, and I think that's the best move. I guess I maybe have been trying to finish reading the comic books. I have 6 more trade paperbacks to read, and I want to finish that to get that off the table. I haven't worked on the second playground at all. Like, at this point, I might as well not mention it. Because that's something that's gonna be slightly backburnered, it seems like, for a while. Or maybe completely backburnered. Like, so many projects. So many things I could work on. There was some kerfluffle around the Lego VIP reward that was supposed to come out, and it sold out instantaneously, so nobody who actually wanted it could get it, and now it's just being scalped on eBay. And then there's a VIP double points for Lego, and I think I'm going to go big with a purchase. Which means I'm going to build a giant Disney Lego castle that I won't have room for.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Alright, well. Play this.
Uncharted desert awaits.
We would need allied officers on the field, which could be this card and then this card in the next turn. If there's enough room on the ground. To get back to Theater of Magic has 8 missions, whereas Star Trek The Next Generation has, I believe, also 8 missions that you can select. So you'd think Star Trek The Next Generation would be a little bit better there. Although the option to replay and select missions is more of a thing. It's more of a thing that benefits people that are pro players, where Theater of Magic is much more welcoming to young players. There's a magic trunk that spins at 90-degree angles, so you knock the ball into the side of this plastic toy trunk to get it to spin, and eventually it will spin one way to reveal a scoop door where you try to shoot the ball down, and that's how you start the missions. It's also how you get jackpots and do several other things. When you're in multi-ball, it will spin a different direction and show a flashing light edge of the trunk, and then you have to hit that to get the scoop to come back to get a jackpot a second time. Alright, well, let's see. This.
A soldier is a link in the greater chain.
And this.
Your mission is to come back alive.
And then put just in the turn, and he'll do 4 damage to everything. Actually, I'll just lose the game. I needed to have played this to deal some damage to save myself a little bit. There's a horseshoe loop around the magic treasure chest where you can hit the left or right of that, and it goes around on the back side with a sneak in bonus if you can land the ball into the scoop when it is facing the opposite direction. The fourth side I didn't mention of the magic treasure chest is a magnet that will actually suck the ball to the edge of the box floating in the air. There is a second magnet on one of the ramps that lets you suck the ball using an electromagnet up in the air and levitate it, and that causes the ball to choose, if you hit the left flipper, to go towards the left flipper versus the right in lane flipper. So you can hit one shot and determine whether the ball goes right or left, which is a great benefit. There's a left ramp that shoots up to a lane, and then there's a right ramp that shoots up to a lane, both going to the in lane. There's magnet saves on the left and right above the in lane, so you don't end up draining to the out lane, which is great. That being said, the magnet saves don't seem to be always activated, and there aren't any kickbacks in Theater of Magic, where it would be nice if there was a kickback. And the center lane peg is always nice, but it doesn't have that. It does have a ball saver. The plunger shot is kind of nothing, because you just shoot the ball up a ramp and that's it. And you are just digitally selecting what your skill shot will get you. So you can pick from 4 different skill shots like Star Trek The Next Generation, but instead of locking it immediately by just pressing the button, you then have to earn that skill shot by hitting the magic treasure chest. There is a hatch directly on the table that pops up, and if you sink the ball down that hatch when it's popped up, you'll get a mystery reward. There's like 2 standing targets on the entire table, pretty much, which is great because so many tables have had a ridiculous amount of standing targets or drop down targets. There's a captive ball that hits another pinball and then barely even goes an inch before it hits a standing target in a captive lane. And that's really great because it doesn't take up a lot of space to accomplish a different kind of a shot. Plus, because of its positioning and such, and it being a captive ball, if you just put another lane there, it would almost certainly have a chance of bouncing the ball back into the gutter or the out lane. So by using the captive ball, you slow down your ball and make it land in a really safer position. So there's very few instances where the angles felt wrong or where the ball was going to limply accidentally drain into the out lane or the center lane. And that is always frustrating in games when things like that happen. See, there is several gates in the back of the table where they can't even really see, that cause the ball to vanish, that cause the ball to sometimes get thematically the ball gets sawed in half by and then you get a 2-ball multi-ball, which is great. And then there's like a top lane and pop-up bumpers that you can't even see, so they have like a tilted mirror so that you can see it from where you're playing, which is great. Like, Theater for Magic is great for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons, and I've gotten so SJW-y sort of with each episode, because it really did start just to stick out as kind of obvious. But like, Theater of Magic is the only table we've seen, and it's from 1995, that has a main female protagonist. Like, every other time a female has shown up, they've been just an object of desire. They've just been a blonde to look at, and they've just been there to sell sex. And Theater of Magic still kind of has that, because you have this lady magician here with quite a bit of cleavage showing. But at least the voice actress there got work, and I think that's something to always consider, is like, are you trying to get rights for a fictional character in a game, or are you trying to get rights for the voice actors and the programmers and the real humans that would have been involved in the development of the game? And most of the times, when there is a female character, even if they are just drawn as an object of desire, the voice actor is getting some lines of dialogue, but a lot of time those lines of dialogue are just 1 or 2 lines and they're just screaming for help. It's definitely not a good percentage or a good depiction of a strong, powerful woman. Whereas Theater of Magic does that well. There's a levitating lady in there too, so there's basically no male character in Theater of Magic, and yet there is a male voice that plays off, and I think pinball tables do work to have 2 different characters talking to each other, so it doesn't feel like it's just one person doing all the lines of dialogue. No Fear actually had the same thing where there was a talking skull that was the No Fear logo, and there was one male voice telling the skull, which is a male voice, to do some call outs and explain which shots to shoot for and what to do. And it was actually nicely voiced. I just don't think the table's angles were particularly well designed. Let's see. Let's do this. And do that. So, thinking about it in 2021, I would make a Theater of the Magic 2, where I think I would go more kid-friendly, get rid of the cleavage, and instead I'd have a little girl or a little boy, take your pick, at the beginning of the game, doing kid magic. So pulling a stuffed rabbit out of a hat, little card tricks, things that you would get in a kid's toy magic set, which even those in 2021 are pretty rare and practically non-existent for kids. So go a little bit more kid-friendly. Instead of doing big stage magician tricks, which the levitating lady, sawing a lady in half, which they called the tiger saw trick instead. Escaping from a straitjacket, things like that are a little bit played out, and they're not replicable, and they're kind of dangerous, some of them. They don't do the bullet catch or the escape from a milk jug trick, which would be incredibly dangerous tricks to mention. So yeah, that's what I do. I would probably not change too much as far as the angles and the way it plays, but I would try to put in some new voice, new video, new tricks. Like there's a video mode in it where you play pinball, and all that really does is boil it down to trying to get 1, 2, and 3.
Die, cretin.
And do we want to evolve here? I think we do.
Won't be long now.
I'll save you all. No one gets past me. Loyalty is ironclad. Loyalty is
There we go.
ironclad.
But yeah, that I don't know what big tricks you could really do. Everything uses magnets there. Double the number of magic chests. Double the number of hatches. You could try some of those, but then the table would just get too busy. Honestly, I think the idea of just flipping a table a lot of times would be interesting enough. If you just took everything that was on the left and put it on the right, and everything that was on the right on the left, that could be enough of a change to make an argument for re-releasing a table. Plus, if you own a pinball arcade and you already own Theater of Magic, putting a flipped version on that could potentially double your sales. And since I am saying that Theater of Magic is the best pinball table ever, it's kind of silly to say, well, I nitpick this, I nitpick that. Like, I'd put a kicker in it, I'd put a center peg, I'd make it easier, I'd have better graphics, better audio, I'd put a Bluetooth feature into it so you could hook up your headphones, and so you could also save your game and come back a week later for only a quarter instead of 50 cents or 75 cents or $1 to play. I would maybe try some like hologram technology if you could pull that off. Certainly you'd put a lot of RGB lights and different colors in it, make it a lot brighter, a lot more colorful, bright LED lights, certainly. But a lot of that would just be theming. The gimmicks on Theater of Magic are the gimmicks. I had another thought, certainly for the, and I don't know if I talked about this or not, but the pinball table, I don't know why I'm rambling so much too, but I might as well. Heck, it's my stream, I can do whatever I want. The Pinbot series of pinballs had started with Pinbot, then had Bride of Pinbot, and then finally had Jackbot. It would make sense if you could get Amazon.com to fund it to make a fourth game in that series called PrimeBot, where it's Amazon Prime and Alexa and a just total sponsored pinball table design. Sure, there is potentially controversy around that since a lot of people don't like Amazon.com, but you could certainly, depending who's going to fund it, the development and the selling of it, particularly if you can get Amazon Prime to ship like a 300-pound pinball at a discount, pinball table at a discounted rate, I think that would catch a lot of people's attention. If they told me I could have a brand new pinball table that's Amazon.com themed, well, that would kind of suck, but if they told me I could have it for $500, that's really a steal as far as pinball table costs go.
This town eats good folk for breakfast.
Yeah, honestly, I've while playing these tables, I've had 3 or 4 beginnings of thoughts of pinball tables, and I've started watching other people play some newer pinball tables that I would have never known about, and I've found out that there's a whole open source software called Visual Pinball where you can design pinball tables. I'm like, wow, I could get into yet another random side project there to distract myself with, but there's kind of not much of an end game there, because building one from scratch just requires so many skill sets, like working with wood and metal and electronics and plastic forming and laser cutting, probably. It's just too much for something that I think I could ever do, or something I think most people could do on their own. So if I did make a design and I got it down perfectly, I'd still have to basically be able to, I would need to be able to have some kind of guarantee that I could contact Jersey Jacks or Stern or somebody and say, hey, can you actually build this table if I give you this design? And they may say yes, but it's going to be $100,000. And I'd be like, oh, wait, well, forget that. So it's a shame you can't just submit ideas to companies and say, hey, build this. This is something that I think people will like, but the whole copyright system is a mess. I do imagine that there could be a different kind of society where copyright did not exist and people freely shared their ideas. This Star Trek style world. But I imagine we'd have to hit a post-scarcity society before something like that could happen. Alright. 50% shot here. Do this. Do this.
Too
Do
slow.
that.
Should have been quicker.
And just go ahead and put that on the field.
I will support the vanguard. Carry on.
Let's speed things up. Too slow.
That
Not bad.
Too slow.
and that.
You'll be my victim today.
An exemplary battle.
And before I wrap up and start going over the video game news, I would say that while Theater of Magic is really the closest thing to a feminist pinball table, Big Hurt is the only table with a person of color on the shown prominently on any table, at least of the curation that I've seen. And the curation on Pinball Arcade that I've seen is pretty much every good pinball table I've ever seen or heard of that would have been available, would have come out before Pinball Arcade stopped getting licenses, really. The only exception there would be the Super Mario Bros. Game, which, yeah, the Super Mario Bros. Game is
You must die.
not listed.
Is fighting and
That's a
despair
shame.
all you know?
I guess the Super Mario pinball table really also goes to show the idea of how Nintendo has been willing to kind of kill off licenses and products for decades now. It's not the first, for sure. One of the tables I played was actually made by Sega, but then apparently at some point Sega got bundled into an acquisition with Williams. And I can't remember which table that was, but it was terribly designed, I will say that much. But of the probably about 100 tables that I was able to get on Pinball Arcade, it is really down to a very small number of
Let's speed things
just
up.
awful ones. Like I would say maybe 2 or 3 out of the 100 tables are so terrible that I'd never go back and play them. And then I would say 60 of the tables are things that I would want to infrequently play if I was going to be very consistent about playing tables. Play them once a quarter, not once a month. And then the rest of them I'd want to play anywhere from once a month to once a week. Let's see, play a spell.
Is it edible? Only one way to find out. Too
Just
slow.
go attack here,
To battle, comrades.
here, and here. And yeah, I only have maybe 16, 17 more tables to go. Maybe 24 more tables to go, and then I'll be done, and that'll be the end of that series. Although, also, I'm running out of time to schedule, and I haven't done any scheduling, so
Stomach.
yeah, I'm dropping the ball there. Well, that's enough rambling about pinball. I certainly, though, have been very obsessive and been having a decent amount of fun with all the pinball events.
To battle, comrades!
And that concludes today's sermon. No!
Which is great because I've been going through tables lately, and they've been mostly, like, the games I've been playing lately before this have been fairly grindy. Like the visual novels, Danganronpa, for instance, fairly grindy, fairly boring. And so it's nice to get back to something that actually is fun.
A soldier is a link in the greater king. Be one with the lance.
Feel free to call on me again.
No!
Maybe I should have evolved an attack there.
Aw, you found me out.
Okay, I guess we'll just start going through video game news otherwise. According to Deadline, Castlevania is to end with Season 4 as Netflix eyes a new series in the same universe. I could see that making a lot of sense in general. They started too fast with Alucard, Dracula, as the main bad guy. And then they kind of got rid of him too fast, too. And then they showed too many interesting boss characters. So I don't know what they really could do to continue with that generation. And in a more practical sense, it totally makes sense for them to potentially not stick together with
You are done for.
with the same voice actors.
Gather round. I have a strategy.
Well, do we want to kill the 7 or do we want to kill the 5?
Though I set,
Be
I
one with
will
the
rise
lance.
again.
Stop!
Too slow.
Yeah, I imagine Netflix doesn't want to keep voice actors past the 4th or 5th season because that's probably when contracts get renegotiated and people start going up and up and up. We certainly saw a lot of that with like Friends and Seinfeld and other series. So it does it does kind of make sense that they might want to reboot it. Plus, 4 seasons is about as long as I think anything on Netflix can go, because Netflix, if anything, has heavily encouraged people to not stick with long-running series or want long-running series, instead at most going 3 or 4 seasons and then ending it. With every potential cancellation, even if you're spinning off to a new series, though, you are creating that feeling that Netflix is just turning into so many other channels, like cable channels and TV channels, like Sci-Fi in particular, that is just notorious for canceling things that people love. Let's see. Moving on, IGN has an article, "The Man Who Invented Majora's Mask Reflects on 30 Years at Nintendo." In this, he specifically says F-Zero is not dead, but they need a good idea. It wouldn't be that hard to make an F-Zero VR game if Nintendo ever embraced VR, or just a faster F-Zero game to run on faster hardware. But I don't know if that really changes too much on this. I don't know if that really changes too much as far as what the
This town eats good folk for
what
breakfast.
F-Zero would
Good folk
be.
for breakfast. Hands up.
That one,
Hands up.
and then that one, then that one.
How you use it. It won't be long now. I ain't dead yet. Hands up.
Kill that one, I guess. That might work well. See, next we have a game on Steam called A Pinch of Magic, which looks like it's a visual novel. Although, seems like you can play as any gender and any pronoun you want, or 3 pronouns, which, okay. I suppose in a dating sim, when that's what it's all about and you want to be you, that makes sense. It's an odd balance between whether an artist has a visual story they want to tell and whether the writer has a writing story they want to tell, or whether a video game is just a role-playing game and you get to create all of your roles. Now, notice this visual novel is free and it only has over 25,000 words, which is not a lot. So, I wouldn't expect too much from this game. But if A Pinch of Magic looks interesting to you, by all means check it out. It's not going to cost you anything. Let's see. Eight damage to all other followers.
The hour of judgment has come. Hands up. Hands up.
See how that works.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Now, if this one can't heal, which it probably can because he's playing that tournament style of victory, style of gameplay. These Archangel of Evocations pretty much, I think, need to be in every deck you play.
Spare the innocent.
You wouldn't.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Okay. What can we possibly do to win here? So you gotta play this.
I need more fear, more terror.
And then you say, keep this, this, and this.
The world cycles on.
Then you play this, I guess.
Desert awaits.
And then you can play this. Try and evolve that.
Find your clues, find your baddie, and bam! Case closed.
And you lose the game. Almost certainly. Because next turn he just does 4 damage, 2 damage. Any way possible.
Anyone call for a super soldier?
An exemplary battle.
Yep. That's what I thought was going to happen. Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to have a lucky Friday. Instead, it looks like I'm going to have a 5 loss in a row Friday. We talked about this before, but we didn't have the video in front of us, so it's a good thing. We have a Game & Sutra article here. Devs can now check out the Epic Games MetaHuman creator. Of course, Epic Games means you would be using the Unreal Engine. So these are 3D models of humans, or what they're calling metahumans, where I guess they have some presets and some drag and drops and just different ways to create different characters. It's not obviously as
You must
automated as I thought it might be. I don't think it's going to be as easy as give me a random person to be an NPC in the background of the room. But also, even at this depth, I just don't feel like you're going to start with something like this to have your main characters look this way. I feel like what happens, and what would happen here, and I think Epic is probably encouraging this in part, is that you would want to make somebody look like a celebrity of some sort first and foremost. Because the metahuman creator concept really does smack in the face of face actors putting on the face rig and having dots on their faces and that being scanned and moved. And I don't think that the metahuman facial rig is what they're is going to in any way trump those real world actions of real face actors. But technology certainly is always going to improve, and for NPC characters there might be major improvements to be had. Well, I didn't have any of the ad blocking enabled, so the pages are going to look a little different today. Otherwise I'd have to reload each page, and that's pointless. So here we have a game on Steam called Hidden Shapes and Animals Jigsaw Puzzle. We may have already talked about this. 79 cents. Bunch of languages. Allegedly full audio in each language. Could play this to rush. Or I could play this. So I think I do this. Do this and do this. In the turn. Here we have a game on Steam called General's Positional War. We may have talked about this one too. This looks like nothing. $10.55 English and Russian. Here we have something called He Needs His Medicine, which looks like a dark screenshot horror side-scrolling game for free. English full audio and a bunch of other languages otherwise. That doesn't seem particularly worth it even for free. This game Life on a Pizza though. Looks more interesting. Is it out yet? Nope. Nope, and when I actually look at the screenshots, it's not that interesting. I don't know what I was really expecting there. Anyways. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Curves, where you have these ragdoll asset 3D model girl scrolling down. I've seen some other low effort games like this where you're just rolling down a water slide of some sort. This is just kind of floating tubes in the air. And yeah, it really doesn't seem like anything. That you'd have to do a lot more 3D rigging and to make the person look like they're human and they're actually doing something. They don't have any real tricks or anything happening here. Here you can see they're floating above the ground. $4.49. And it's not even doing an interesting job as trying to sell on sex, because you've just got this pre-bought asset of a girl in shorts, when this would have been one of the rare occasions where it would have made more sense to put them in a bikini. But arguably, even if you're going to sell on sex, putting them in the bikini and looking straight down their their feet up their butt crack, and is not the best angle. Straight down, so that you see all of her body lying on a boogie board or whatever those floating boards are called, would probably be a more interesting angle, but you're really not going to get a good angle in that position anyway, so you probably would want to have her either sitting upright or standing and surfing. Let's see. Put a follower into my hand. Could I do that? With Rush? Let's see if this works. Seems to only work with that one.
Is it edible? Only one way to find out.
And then
You're done for.
Go on, eat up. Gotta follow my
hit that,
nose.
A fitting end.
and then
That's how you use it.
that,
So that's how
and
you
that.
use it.
Okay. Tech Raptor has an article here. Portal 2, A Tale of Two Female Icons. This, it's been 10 years since Portal 2 has existed and has come out, and we've seen basically nothing indicating that a Portal 3 would happen, and if a Portal 3 was going to happen, it would have to be after Valve somehow pulled off the miracle and made a Portal 3, a Half-Life 3 happen. Like, they really just paint themselves into a corner. And I don't feel like they've actually turned over a new leaf and are somehow going to magically fix their issues.
Is it edible? Only one way to find out. This calls for a taste test.
Because their main issues certainly are just a level of procrastination and the inability to
Eat up.
finish a product.
Gotta follow my nose.
Quake before the inferno.
As for the feminist spin on Portal 2, I don't know how feminist you really say GLaDOS is as an AI. I mean, at a certain point you call it's inaccurate to say GLaDOS is a female personality at all, because the memories of a female secretary were crammed by force because of a man's decision into the brain of GLaDOS, does not, I think, immediately mean that GLaDOS really is a female. And then Chell, as a character, as much as I would love to like her, is very much a non-character in the same way that the main character in Half-Life is a non-character, because he never talks and never says anything. The only real characters that I think you start to potentially be able to call feminist is Alex, because in all of her appearances it feels like there is a real effort there to there is a real effort there to I keep stopping and starting, don't I?
It all ends here.
To write a good character is what I meant to say.
Cower in fear as I live. How dare you mock me?
And I think it's ridiculous to say anybody should like Portal 2 because of feminism, or Portal 1. Portal should be liked because it's a good game. It's got some interesting written characters and stories, sure, but if you really have to make the argument that a game where all other humans are assumedly dead and is the only point where you can have a strong feminist female character, then where society in general is just doomed, and you still can't really, for the reasons I just said, highlight Chell as a strong feminist character. It's just not there. And that does stink, frankly, of the idea. Swordcraft or Dragoncraft, still trying to get a single victory. It really does stink of the nastiest way of thinking as far as third wave feminism, where third wave feminism, some very small percentage of third wave feminists seem to only be willing to be happy if they see the entirety of all the male gender eradicated completely. And that's just doesn't work. It doesn't work for egalitarianism at the very least. So, yeah. More and more we're seeing Techcrafter opinion pieces, and that sucks. Speaking of video game journalists, they finally had the Giant Beast cast finally came out and had the character who had showed up for almost every single podcast that ever existed for 3 years. He finally left CNET and is now working not for Giant Bomb, but a company that apparently is a parent company called Games Group. And I think inherently that's the problem, is that Jeff Bacalar is his name, was too senior at CNET to legitimately work for Giant Bomb unless he was going to take over running Giant Bomb, which I don't think they would want to do, because they're all cronies and they're all just keeping each other employed, even though very few of them are doing any work. And in all fairness, if he did take over in charge of Giant Bomb, he would be putting someone who just had a baby out of work. Or taking over the Giant Bomb East section, putting the depressive guy who does no work, but very possibly would end up in an institution if he wasn't working out of work. So, but yeah, he now works for Games Group. I think it's kind of ridiculous to call your game company Games Group. It's not an imaginative name in the first place. It probably was never really thought of to be used out loud or spoken out loud, but it does also have the initials GG. Giant Bomb slightly involved in Gamergate in part, so I would think they would not want to once again potentially cause controversy. They were slightly involved as far as they were people that worked at Giant Bomb at the time during Gamergate were passing around blacklists and colluding with other video game sites as far as what kind of narrative to spin things and what kind of stories to push and promote. Yellow journalism and propaganda like. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Memento Infernum, which looks like a ugly, dark, pixely, top-down twin-stick shooter for $2.69. It's funny that they think that is Binding of Isaac and Doom. Like, some of these similar things must be just taking screenshots and doing a pattern matching. Just how many dark black pixels are there compared to the screenshot here, or how many dark black pixels here compared to this. Honestly, I would prefer for them to simply hold back a little bit and say, this game that came out today is just too new. We have like no user reviews, so we shouldn't try and say a game is relevant to you. Same is kind of true with the tags, although I'd kind of hate this to not be able to see the tags that the developer has put on the game, but they need to definitely rephrase this, because user-defined tags really means that these tags were defined by users, not that users defined that these tags should be for this product. And that's not what it says. It says popular user-defined tags for this product. So let me go over here. Click here, or flag. Has anybody ever actually gone through this and just clicked a bunch of pluses or flagged any of this? That seems kind of ridiculous. And you can enter a tag. Certainly. It is asking way too much to have consumers tag a game. Also, since it seems like there is no real benefit to tagging a game. According to G4 TV, Twitch has deleted 7.5 million bot accounts. I don't know at which point they did that, but Twitch is certainly not looking any better in my book than they did the week before. They do seem to just kind of be pretty awful as a company and not improving. There's new rumors that seem to imply that the reason they banned Dr. Disrespect was not because of anything at all other than a money negotiation. The rumor is that he was maybe lying about Mixer offering him a bigger deal, and they got butthurt about that and just banned him. But then there is also new off-account activity rules that Twitch is going to try and enforce, so that theoretically, if somebody decides to hang out and play with Dr. Disrespect and not even stream it anywhere else, and Twitch hears about it, that might be grounds for that other person who played with Dr. Disrespect or someone else to be banned. And YouTube also has come down with kind of that same messaging that you just can be banned for any reason whatsoever, even if we don't spell it out. They literally said that. So the blacklisting is, the grounds for blacklisting people is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's just never going to stop. And there needs to be at least the threat of government interference to say, hey, no, we're not going to let these corporations potentially drastically change the nature of the internet. And it goes both ways, because the MyPillow guy is also apparently releasing a free speech platform that will ban you if you try to share porn and if you take the Lord's name in vain, which I assume that is the Christian God's name in vain, since he's a Christian. So how you call that a free speech platform at that point, I don't know. I've also heard a rumor that the Clubhouse platform has pretty much devolved into garbage, but I thought the Clubhouse concept was pretty awful. And even when there's an awful concept, if it gets even a little bit of play, all of a sudden you have dozens of other people stealing that idea. I also heard a rumor that Facebook is stealing the idea of upvoting sub-comments instead of the full post. Apparently, right now on Facebook, you can just like the post, but a upvote in the sense of somebody's comment getting enough likes would put those comments to the top. Would slightly change how Facebook works, but probably for the better, frankly. But eventually, the ability to upvote comments on Reddit was the thing that slowly turned Reddit into a giant group of people that all think alike and circle jerk each other all the time. And you get the same memes and the same posts, and that at the core of it, the problem is people are idiots, so you really just don't want to be on a forum with random people on the internet in almost every scenario. And when you start to democratize anything, you have to be extremely careful about not silencing the minority via wild majority rule. This is the whole argument around should you keep the electoral college or not, and I think arguably, particularly for the United States, the electoral college probably does need to stay around until other problems in the voting system are addressed. Otherwise, what you're going to have is a blatant ability and incentive for states like California to simply cheat and lie. Like, just change votes totally. Like, you would be removing a check without having a balance to replace it. Whereas in theory, one person, one vote, popular vote, hires, votes in the president, does kind of seem more right and more democratic. But it doesn't really work as much as it should, because people don't have faith in the voting system in the United States, and they don't vote in non-presidential elections and for local candidates enough. So unless people gain faith in the electoral system, and this is getting into politics, but if people don't vote in, if they vote in the wrong person to be city hall council, and then that person over the course of the next 10 years becomes mayor, and then senator or governor, then senator, and then president, well, what could have stopped that easiest would have been for that bad person to have not gotten the momentum to start off with in City Hall. That would have been the point where people who were literally the neighbors of that person and possibly have grown up with them all their life, people that know that that person was a jerk and should not have any power, that would have been the point to stop it. Because by the time they go from city hall official to like governor, they've got their stuff down. They've got their political action committee built. They've got their script writers, and they've got the fancy suits and the polish and the PR teams, so they can hide all the little flaws and all the skeletons in the closet. And we see that is often the case, because it's not until some big controversy happens in the present day that people start to go back and look into the history of some politicians to realize, no, they've been like this their entire life, and they've been doing this their entire life. They've just been getting away with it for whatever bad behavior that they would have been caught doing.
My loyalty is ironclad.
You smell suspicious.
No one gets past me.
Moving on, back to games. Gnome Punk is a city builder. Gnome Punk is a city builder all about those crazy gnomes. They're just duplicating the entire sentence there.
It might be dry, but it's home.
So, a city builder game
I'll look after
where you
this
play
town
as
for as long
gnomes,
as I breathe.
which to me it just kind of looks like you're playing as Smurfs, but alright.
For the
I
town
guess Smurfs are
that
gnomes.
pierced.
The polish on the visuals here doesn't look amazingly great, but there might be something here interesting. This might be kind of funny. Let's see. That they're executing a human by burying him and having ants. It kind of feels like a more violent Pikmin. I'll put this on the follow list. Let's see. That.
The uncharted desert awaits.
Or that.
The uncharted desert awaits. What do we have here?
My throat's bone dry.
I could evolve that in attack, but I don't think I need to. I could also certainly, looking at Gnome Punk, just assume that it's a troll game by the looks of it. So, have to be fairly careful. Next, we got a game called Jay's Walking, which is a MS Paint looking garbage game for free. English only. I guess the price is right.
I am the fallen leaf.
Best of luck to you.
Gamma Sutra has a blog, Why TikTok Matters for Game Discovery. I have to question this heavily. I have not seen a single video game shown on TikTok, because TikTok is only like 15-second videos at most. Arguably, I think there has been a slight increase in interest around TikTok. I've seen more TikToks being posted. I've seen more what would have been animated GIFs in a previous life being posted.
No dirty tricks. Loyalty is ironclad.
It won't be long now.
Harder armor. Steel yourself. Loyalty is ironclad.
So yeah, I don't know what you really could do with TikTok, or why you would bother to do TikTok for PC games or any other kind of games. Also, I really have to question who is the appropriate audience for TikTok in general. Is it supposed to be little kids? Because that seems like that's who the audience is. It seems like that's constantly who the audience always is for everything.
It all ends here.
I'll add this to my shiny collection.
So, yeah. There is a problem, certainly, with just how many TikTok videos are not appropriate for kids if it is supposed to be for kids. And if it's not supposed to be for kids, then I think TikTok as a video provider needs some categories and some filtering and some age gating. And I imagine none of that is going to actually get implemented until it's no longer relevant. And I don't particularly get the idea of 15-second videos. How ADHD do you really want to be in your life? As someone who watches videos at 2x speed, part of the reason why I do that on YouTube is because I'm watching massively long videos that are 45 minutes or more.
So that's how you use it.
Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. The first major Everspace 2 update is going to add a new companion and more. Which, okay. I don't remember what Everspace is, though, so I don't know if that really means anything. Here we have a game on Steam called Myasteri Ruins of Diaznif. This is some weird made up words. Looks like it's a Metroidvania, maybe a Chinese game, 1999. Japanese, full audio. So I was wrong about that. Let's put that on the follow list. This could be a good Metroidvania. It's got a polished heads-up display and a decent map. It looks like there's some smooth flowing movement. So there does look like there's a chance here for some quality product. Here I'm apparently about to be wrecked. Just playing all kinds of cards. What I need to do is check to see if I actually need ranked wins. And if I don't need ranked wins, yeah, I don't need ranked wins, so let's switch to Swordcraft unranked. And I'm not even trying to actually move up the rank of anything anyways. Apparently, I've won 500 ranked matches in my entire lifetime of playing this game. Unranked. Does rotation really make sense at that point? Or let's do unlimited. Unranked, unlimited, Swordcraft. And at least we'll see an older deck that might work a little bit better. Next, we have a game on Steam called Last Dance, which is tagged as VR Cinematic Movie. To me, it looks like it's several asset flipped elements trying to be some kind of surreal visual thing. Yeah, I just don't think that there's anything here. You've got this dancing bot animation, I'm sure, and then explosions happening. $15.99 English and Japanese. Yeah, I don't think VR animation is gonna work for me ever. Honestly, it just seems unlikely that that's the future. I think if you're gonna do VR animation, you can't sell it for $15.99. I think at that point you have to put it on some service like YouTube, maybe not YouTube, and try to get ad revenue on it. And that probably only starts to work if there's massive amounts of VR animations happening. Otherwise, I think the just high cost to own VR equipment does imply that it needs more interactivity and more time. There's that high danger that a $15 VR animation is only 5 minutes long. This guy's thinking. So here we have a game that's all in Asian characters, and it looks like it's a Asian RPG of some sort, but it also looks very low polygonal, like it's a PlayStation 2 game. So I'm kind of thinking it's some kind of Chinese cell phone game that's being ported. $6.79 Chinese only. Apparently there's a whole bundle here of other things. Doesn't look like the worst game I've ever seen. If you told me it was like 10 years old and a beloved classic, I might be willing to believe you. And apparently it must be that it is a beloved classic because it seems to be part of a series called Sword and Fairy, which I don't know if this is just a long-running series of games that were copying Final Fantasy or some other JRPGs in feel, at least. $4.19. in all fairness, copying a Final Fantasy series is a good way to go. It would be unfair to criticize Sword and Fairy for copying JRPGs in general, whether they're copying Final Fantasy or not, when Neptunia games have also been doing that. Guess I just end my turn. Although, whatever that first game was, it wasn't Sword and Fairy 1, because this is Sword and Fairy 1, and from this you can see that it is even older looking, so they are getting better. I almost appreciate the idea of an RPG fight where you're fighting with swords on a carpet, on a platform, and doing traditional martial arts instead of the standard you're going to cast a spell and fight a monster concept. 349 Chinese only. Again, English not supported, so these are all just making really easy choices. And undoubtedly this would be the point where Chinese games and games coming out of China into the rest of the world could be really, really great, because there might, I don't really believe there are, but there might be 2 or 3 long-running series of games that were only made for Chinese audience, and the rest of the world might be interested in seeing them. Unfortunately, here we are at Sword and Fairy 3 EX, which doesn't look terrible. They're not bothering to translate it to any other language, which at a certain point then that just kind of smacks of inaccessibility to meet new players halfway. And that's true for any country. If you are going to release your game but only release it in your language, you're effectively sending out a message: we're too lazy to hire translators. You're just going to have to learn our language, which learning Chinese is not particularly easy by any means. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Tailspire, which looks to me like it is a tabletop type game / emulator. And it looks like it might be slightly interesting, but it really comes down to how much work do you have to do to set up a campaign in something like this. Are there pre-built campaigns? Can you play this single player? And it says online co-op only, English only, third-party EULA for $24.99. Yeah, it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense if you have to build all of this for hours and hours and hours before your campaign even is ready to go. At a certain level, just telling somebody that something is there and making them use their own imagination is the right way to go for Dungeons and Dragons style games. And you might have a few props, but completely modeling a game doesn't make sense. And if you are going to do that level of polish, then at a certain point you're just making a Skyrim mod or something along that level. Yeah, but because this game is online only, I can't cover it any further than what I'm saying now. So that's not making it to the fall list. Here we have Andor Wrecking Dawn, which looks like it's a card battler game. Looks fine. It's mostly positive with 78%. I don't know if I see anything here that would really make me want to swap to this versus any other card, versus Shadowverse, for instance. Free to play, online PvP only, no single player mode, English and Chinese. Apparently no in-app purchases either, which seems weird. And if they're going to say there's 500 magic cards, doesn't that mean they have no intention of adding any more? it's tagged as a deck building game, so it feels like that does mean there aren't going to be any new cards or new expansions anytime soon. So yeah, this is not a game I could play because it's online only and because it's a deck building game, and with not enough of a guarantee that it would make more content.
It won't be long now.
Right. With this,
I told you to leave.
that, and that. Next, we have a game on Steam called Aviano, which looks like it is a sky gliding simulation or a collection of just screenshots. It kind of feels a little asset flippy, like there's very little to do, and they've just bought some skyboxes with no to have you flying around. Yeah, hang gliding, I don't know if that's an interesting enough element there. Apparently they're gonna have you go to different planets for some more mystery, which that's something at least. I just don't think there's enough game there. $29.99 English full audio, also supports Italian, French, and Spanish. Yep, I just am uninterested.
You got the stuff.
Next we have Starlight X2 Galactic Puzzles, which I'm also
The
uninterested
pleasure
in.
was all mine.
Yep. Seems like it's kind of a laser puzzle game where you're blocking the lasers from crossing, which is slightly different than your standard laser puzzle game, but only by a little. $6.29, bunch of languages, allegedly thousands of levels, which almost certainly then have to be randomly generated or super easy in general. Next we have a game called Travel Racer, which is a very generic name and looks like a very generic racing attempt. Early access for 59 cents, bunch of languages. Trying to burn through this a lot faster than I think I could. Here we have Cube Space, which is just a shoot 'em up for 59 cents, English only, allegedly full audio. Let's see. Next we have Forest Farm, which looks like a survival game with some low polygon.
Bow before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the skies.
I don't think I want to be in first person when I'm playing a survival game, really. It feels like this might be VR too. $19.99, does use VR. Yeah, but I think that just puts you in a weird position because, yeah, I don't think I want to be in a survival game in VR either. Next we have a game called Good Guy Card, which looks like it's probably a low effort visual novel. The character is in the exact same pose and position several times, and they've just changed the hair and the clothing, which tells me that these were made from base model images. Free to play, Chinese only. Yeah, doesn't sound like it's a particularly good visual novel. Next we have Laser Droplets, which is a top-down space shooter. $1.99 English only. I don't think there's particularly anything here I'd want to play. Trying to give it a chance. Even though I'm burning through all of these really fast, I don't want to totally mess up.
Don't call me short.
Although in all fairness, I don't think I have ever seen a game that I immediately dismissed as looking like a low effort game and come back and found out that there was more to it. Like, video games on Steam are pretty easy to judge by their covers. Okay, well, let's try this.
My ally is justice.
Next, we have a game on Steam here called Bacon May Die, which looks like it's an infinite beat 'em up game, kind of an infinite runner. I don't think there's really enough of a game here to be interested in, but I kind of like the weirdness and the silliness around it. It's just going to be a little too chaotic, I think. It feels like a game if you let even a single thing past you, you're going to take a hit to your health. It's free, single player, English only, so check it out if you're interested. I feel like there was another game with bacon in the name. Yeah, Iron Snout, which is overwhelmingly positive there. So people did like this, so they're kind of doing the same thing from 2016 all over again. If we look at this developer, you have Bacon May Die, Card Hog, Toaster Jam, very much doing kind of the same thought over and over again. But in all fairness, each of their games is positively reviewed, so Card Hog would be the only one that would potentially
Is that a human?
be one that I'd need to cover, and it's still in early access.
I'm done sticking my head in the
Let's
clouds.
speed things up.
Follow my lead.
Too slow.
There we go. Let's see. Next we have a game called Cavill, which looks like it's a sort of match 3 game.
Oh, why'd it have to be a clear day?
Yeah, I don't think there's actually enough logic behind this, and the description here seems to make no sense. Cavill is your new crush, a match made in heaven. Be swiped off your feet and let the pieces fall where they may. That's not a description of the game. English, Dutch, which Dutch is a language I'm not sure I've seen a single game that ever said Dutch before. Japanese and Portuguese, Brazil.
Bring honor
Let's do
in the
this.
name of this blade.
And
Too slow.
Kill
At
that.
your service. No one gets past
an
me.
attack there.
Follow my lead.
Attack there. See, next we have a game called Invisible Wings, which looks to me like it's a low effort visual novel. It's like the same girl drawn with a different haircut. It's like incredibly similar. At least this one they gave a different hair color to. Free to play, English, Dutch. Interesting. I wonder if Steam changed Dutch from Deutsch or something. Like it said something different before. Or maybe this is the first instance in which games have been able to label themselves as being compatible with Dutch as a language. It'd be crazy if now is the time that Steam is becoming popular in Deutschland, but maybe it is. Next, we have a game on Steam called Tao Yuan Adventure, which looks like a horribly low frame rate, low effort skating infinite runner game. $17.99 Chinese only. Way too expensive. These Chinese games in particular still need to figure out the actual market around the world and the actual value of their games. I definitely would like to be able to stop complaining about Chinese games being listed for $25, $60, and they look like NES clones, because that's exactly what they are, just NES game clones. Or worse. Next we have a game on Steam called Froggy, which looks like it's a frustration platformer in which you fling yourself with a frog tongue, which, while that is a slight interesting grappling hook concept, the graphics here look like garbage. It's $3.39 English only. That also is overpriced.
Let's speed things up. Too slow.
Next we have a game on Steam called Sport Mode. This looks like this is just another low effort first person shooter trainer game. Yeah, nothing of interest. Early access $9.99 English only.
To arms, brother. At your service. Too slow.
Still trying to just burn through all this. Here we have a game called Mary Cha Alchemy Queen? I don't know how you pronounce that. I want to say mariachi, but I don't think that's mariachi. Whatever this is, it's just a random assortment of completely different art styles and garbage. Free, English only. I have no interest to try to figure that one out anymore.
No quiet, now furious.
No one gets past me. This is our way out. Too slow.
See, next we have a game called Stormtail 2, which is a match 3 game. $6.99. Also has jigsaw puzzles in it and hidden objects in it. English full on you. It's nice to see when they do list these hidden object games for less than $12.99, but that doesn't really mean that a game like this really is worth $6.99. Not in my book, at least.
How's everyone doing? No one gets past me. This is our way out.
But yeah, Big Fish Games in particular is still trying to drag up the perceived value of hidden object games. Next we have a game on Steam called Flying Flogger, which is just a side-scrolling plane shooter, which is slightly different. But it's all monochrome and black and white, and I don't think that helps anything. And it's like single color background. You'd almost think it's an art style, but really I think it's just hiding the fact that there's really no game here as far as the animation. $3.19 for English only. Let's see. Let's hit this. And then evolve this.
You are done for. Warning, there's as my guitar
Hit
just
that.
beats.
Oh man, I could have hit that, and then I could have played this. Maybe that would have been the wrong move anyways, though. Next we have a game called Jacob the Farmer, and this almost certainly is a asset flip garbage game. 59 cents, English allegedly full audio, a bunch of other languages, Russian full audio. This does not look like anything at all.
I'm waiting to get up close and personal, darling.
As my
Guess we attack with that. Next we have a game on Steam here called The Dark Side Detective: A Fumble in the Dark. Now I feel like The Dark Side Detective was a point-and-click adventure game that came out a couple years ago, And this is Akupera Games, not to be confused with the Annapurna Games. So this feels like it's a sequel. Yes, and Darkside Detective is already on my wish list, and it was rated very positively. So it would not hurt to put this on the fall list. It does bring about an interesting point that should I have 2 games I'm not 100% certain on the wish list, probably not, but pickings are kind of small, so you can't kind of get away with that either. Alright, I'm gonna put this on the field.
At your service.
And then don't know what I'm doing here. Half of its cost.
Like petals in the wind, my blade dances.
Okay.
It won't be long now.
Behold, the pin unrefined.
1,
Unrefined.
2. I probably could do, I don't have the free time for it by any means, but I could probably benefit from going not just through the fall list and doing a fall list cleanup, but just reminding myself what position I am in with my wish list. How many of those games am I hyped about right now? Have I forgotten about a lot of them? There's a decent chance that I have forgotten about a lot of them.
This sword to protect the world. So weak.
An exemplary battle.
Oh man, he super cheated to win there. Super cheated. Not really, but he did something crazy that I couldn't really have expected. Next, we have a game on Steam called Voxel Tycoon. Looks just like a Minecraft visual style city tycoon game. Early access for $24.99. Bunch of languages. Nope. I don't think I want to play any city tycoon games.
Even if I'm scrapped,
Here we have a Tactical Troops Anti-Ratchet Shift. I don't know how you say that word. Anthracid Shift. Turn-based tactics game from a top-down perspective. Kind of feel like I would want to play XCOM instead of this. $13.49, bunch of languages. I'll put it on the fall list to give it a chance though. If it turns out that this is somehow some secret really good game. Next we have Close Combat Modern Tactics, which this might be an old game being re-released. Yeah, it says from 2007. That doesn't inherently mean it's a relevant game. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem very relevant. $17.99, way too expensive for the looks of it.
Let's speed things up. Too slow.
Next, we have a game called Keikili Online, which looks like an RPG Maker game. And it looks like it's brand new. It's free to play, MMO with in-app purchases, third-party account, English, Spain, Spanish, and Portuguese, Brazil. Yeah, I am thoroughly unimpressed by this game, the looks of it. Right, if I end the turn here, which I need to do for this deck always. No, I guess you have to end the turn with two extra things, but also nothing on the field. Alright, so should have done this
Speed things up.
previously.
Too slow.
Here's that game we had heard about before called Rain on Your Parade, where you play as a rain cloud. So far it's positive, so I'll put it on the fall list. $13.49 is too expensive for what I think it's worth. English full audio. I feel like this is a gimmick joke game that probably settles for about $4.99. Maybe it's got some puzzles in it, and there's actual scenarios you have to really think through to succeed with, but maybe not.
I won't stop singing until there's world
Too
peace.
Hit
slow.
that, and then that,
I demand a
and
rematch.
that. Next we have a game called Ashwalkers, which just does point out an interesting thought. If you were going to tell a story on a planet that was covered in ash, you then potentially are going to be on a planet that is either pitch black or covered in a snow-like ash that's white, or
I can't sing enough notes.
black ash or brown muddy ash. And because of that, every single screenshot here has that same visual appearance. It actually feels like there might be a decent amount of game going on here, but I don't know if I could convince myself to play a grayscale looking game like this. Even in the thumbnail they bothered to have some red blood or red flowers. $10.19, bunch of languages. I'm gonna put this on the fall list, but I would need to see some really positive reviews, because they painted themselves in a corner, almost literally.
Too slow.
So I think this guy will only take one damage anyway, so you do this, and that. You end the turn, and nothing happens. What happened to that guy I had that was supposed to invoke? Apparently he doesn't invoke. Next we have a game on Steam called Inside's Maniac Vortex, which looks like a pixel graphic point and click adventure. Which, you know, any of these point and click adventures might be good or they might be terrible. It really just comes down to the reviews. English and German, $7.99. Yeah, and I've been complaining about the price. At the end of your turn, if you have 2 play points and no cards in play, and your opponent has at least 1 card in play, invoke this card. So, do they just have no cards in play, I guess?
The fishies are dancing. I guard Otohime.
Okay. Now what?
You're done for. Time to see what I can do.
Draw 2 cards. That gain 4 shadows. Gain 4 shadows.
I demand a rematch.
Here we have Saga Frontier Remastered, the Scarlet Grace fantasy games from some of the creators of some of the Final Fantasy games. You can see that's very positive. That's been on my fall list already. So we'll give it some more time for more reviews, but when you have 91% positive, I think Saga makes a great argument. Now, is Saga Frontier the first game in the Scarlet Grace Saga series? I don't know. So this may not be the one to play yet. At least 5 attack. I don't have anything with at least 5 attack, darn it. Do this.
You'll
And then
never
hit
hurt
this.
Otohime. You'll never
And
hurt
hit
Otohime.
this. And
Target.
hit that.
I demand a rematch. You'll never hurt
And hit
Otohime.
that.
Otohime. You'll
never hurt
hit that.
Otohime. I knew this would happen.
See, next we have a game called Lunch Lady, and okay, like, this is kind of like the urban myth that is almost slightly real, the amalgamation of overweight, ugly women being merged in together, overweight, ugly lunch ladies. Although, arguably, if we want to get into the politics of it, the nastier lunch ladies would be the people that are letting kids go hungry and stamping their wrists because they have lunch debt because their parents aren't capable of paying for the school lunches, which is ridiculous that you'd have to pay for school lunches in general. They should be included in the free education because you can't be educated if you're hungry. And it is a great example of how greed and capitalism has once again snuck into a system that should not be involved with. Although, in all fairness, all of education was only approved by the U.S. government because they wanted slightly smarter, slightly more obedient workers in factories. Otherwise, they would have let all American citizens have no education and be idiots. Which, catch-22, the argument against letting non-landowners and former slaves voting was that they were uneducated. So, take that as part of the thing, too, to recognize this.
Is that a human?
Do I want to evolve? That did not work well at all for me. That was dumb. I should have evolved this. So then it comes back down to the question of, do I want to play a game where a fat monstrous lunch lady is chasing me while I'm looking for keys and other things? I don't think so. $4.24 English full audio. This feels like a game a streamer would play, and that's about it. It also doesn't make any sense that you'd be in the dark with a flashlight in a school and the lunch lady would be chasing you in the first place. And it's collect 10 pages like every other Slender Man style clone games. Alright, well, let's try Dragoncraft. At least we can have some variety in gameplay. Next, we have a game here called Godstrike, which looks like it's a bullet hell monster boss rush game. Kind of like the game Fury, only more zoomed out. That might be interesting. $11.99, bunch of languages, full audio for all of them, so we know they don't actually speak. Seems like it has some roguelike elements, potentially, too. Yeah, I definitely don't get the idea of the way they run the lunches for kids in schools. Like, a lot of times when I hear the story, I imagine you're talking about a kindergartner not being asked for money in general, or having to have money put on a lunch ticket. It's ridiculous even in college that they give you like lunch tickets and credits, and they don't just eliminate that. For the amount of money, let's just run the money for a second. Yeah, run the accounting. You've got somebody who is getting paid 8 hours a day, probably. Let's just assume 8 hours a day worth of pay is being paid to stand in front of a cash register and either punch hole in its lunch ticket or take cash. And they're being paid, let's say, $10 an hour for a simplistic assumption there. Like, nobody in their right mind should ever volunteer for free to do that job, so they have to be getting paid at least $10 an hour. So $80 is what you're spending to have one employee, one lunch lady ticket taker on the buffet style thing. Meanwhile, you've got a school. Let's say it's a school that has 1,000 students. It's a really, really big school. A lot of schools maybe only have 100 students. A lot of schools would only have like 300. Yeah, let's bounce that out to about 500 students. All right, half of those students will eliminate them again because they're not going to eat school lunches at all, because they're just going to bring it home from home. But maybe if school lunches were free, then everybody would eat it. So, but let's legitimately think $250. So let's then think that the lunches and the inefficiency, the inefficiency is so high that each lunch is they're asking for like $5 per lunch, which is probably more than what they're asking. But let's just say that they're getting $5. The actual cost of lunches is probably closer to $2. So you're getting maybe $750 a day, probably way less than that. And for all the hassle and bad PR, you're paying another person $80 a day. So then that comes from the $750. That's not good math for all the bad PR, really. Not when you think, oh, even a small school's budget is probably $10,000 plus a month. Like, it would be so easy to feed everybody and just be done with it. At a certain point, you can even take the Japanese style that does feed everybody, and you make the students serve the food. That eliminates 2 or 3 positions at $80 a day. If the students are serving the food themselves, and then you really only need maybe 1 or 2 chefs at that point. And there is, as I'm going on a rant here, but there is a bigger problem, certainly, with the idea of day-to-day making students hand money over to somebody else to be given the basic need of food and be fed, which is very different, I would hope, from what if you saw someone on the side of the street starving, I would hope that anybody, any decent human being would feed that person for free and not demand food. And sure, I am ignoring the free lunch programs and the free breakfast programs, but which, if I reran that into the equation, that probably would bring down the rough estimate of $750 of income down to $350. Yeah, if you start throwing in those free lunch programs, that you're barely getting $220 when you subtract $80 to pay somebody to stand at a cash register. So it's even less money for the hassle, and that's assuming no government waste. But yeah, the bigger issue too is training someone that if you need food, you have to go somewhere, have someone else prepare it, have someone else cook it from them, and then you have to overpay for it. It feeds directly into the fast food mentality that in part has ruined not only the finances of a significant portion of the United States citizens, but it's also ruined the health of a significant portion of the US populace. It's like, if the idea never existed, that if fast food as a concept never existed, or wasn't pushed as or advertised or became the de facto standard for so many people, well, then people would know how to cook. A shockingly low number of people don't know how to cook anything at all. People would know the value of food when you go to a grocery store versus the overpriced value of food. People would realize the vast amount of preservatives and sugar additives being added to processed and fast food compared to what fresh homemade food is. It's really, really ridiculous. And what's really crappy is if the mothers groups, the parents groups, not the mothers groups, that's a little sexist to say that, but if the parents groups of a school said, let's get together and every day we're going to cook food and we're going to bring it for lunch and make sure everybody's fed for free, there's no way the school system would let them do it. Not for 1 second. They would come up with all kinds of BS arguments as to why. And the first thing they go is, oh, you can't guarantee sanity. If they came back and said, actually we can. This person's a professional chef. They have all the certifications. They will always be on site to make sure that. Then they'd say, oh, you can't guarantee they won't have allergens. If they came back and said, yes, we can, that this mother is a nutritionist, her child has allergies, she knows all about that, we can cook it that way, then they would just come back with a blatant no on the third. Like, that's where it would come down to. Which, at a certain point, that almost makes an argument for homeschooling, so you can just better control how a school is run. But unfortunately, any individual parent trying to better control how a school is run is unlikely to run the school better as far as the education parts. At least you have to kind of make that assumption. Like, theoretically, there is probably an Einstein out there, college level professor that could teach their kids better than a random public teacher, but almost 999 times out of 1,000, anyone that's getting homeschooled is going to have some deficiency in their education, just because of the basic fact that multiple teachers with multiple subjects that they can become experts on are going to outdo a single good teacher in one subject. And it always comes back to the idea of universal basic income. If at a certain point universal basic income changed to universal basic needs, then instead of having fast food restaurants that charged you money to eat, you might just have food dispensaries that you could drive through and get a truly healthy, appropriate meal for lunch or breakfast or dinner, and they just hand it to you and move you down the line. Just imagine how efficient it would be to drive through if you just had to pick up the money and didn't have to run some kind of credit card. There might be less selection or no selection in a scenario like that. You may have a standard healthy meal handed to you always, but that might be for the better too. Let's see, can we try a default swordcraft? 2 hours in though, I'm not making any progress because I keep going on rambles. I think we already talked about God Strike, but yeah, Bullet Hell Boss Rush on the follow list. Next we have a game called Mind Shadows, which looks like it's an asset flip horror game. I'm quoting Friedrich Nietzsche. Whoever fights monsters should see it to it that in the process he does not become one. That's a fairly famous quote. $2.99 English full audio. It's kind of a great quote to bring up too. Particularly from my perspective, it's like every SJW out there that thinks they're fighting a monster should evaluate that they're not becoming a worse one in the act. Next, we have a game called Yabgit's Haunted Cemetery. This is an Arkanoid game themed around a haunted cemetery, which that idea is not a terrible thought, but the black and white makes it look low effort and ugly. 74 cents, English only. And I have no idea what Yabgit's would mean.
Speed things up. Too slow.
Alright. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. We finally are back to the point where we can talk about some TechRaptor articles. The Minecraft Caves and Cliffs update has been split in two. Part 2 is coming in the winter. Apparently, it was too much for them to get done. Which, honestly, if you're going to make an update and call it Caves and Cliffs, the first thing I would have thought to say, with Minecraft in particular, would have been to say, do we need a Caves update and a Cliffs update at the same time? Or should we just have a Caves update and then a Cliffs update? Because the Cliffs update in general probably isn't going to add that much new content, where the Cave update is going to be changing and updating quite a bit in a game called Minecraft. So work hard on the Cave update and then take it slightly easy for the next major update. Next we have a game called Ultima Adventum, which looks like it's an RPG Maker game. $5.94 English only. What's weird here though is they're highlighting these three bad guys, it looks like, in this picture, instead of highlighting the people in the front, which would be the characters I imagine you're playing as. Yeah, that's weird.
I live by the sword.
No one gets past me.
This is our way out.
Too slow.
Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Karting, which looks like a low-effort racing game. $1.19 English only. TechRaptor has an article, How Animal Crossing Ushered in the Age of Endless Gaming. We already saw this article. I didn't agree with it. Last time I looked at it, I don't fully agree with it now. I think if that does happen, that people are still playing this version of Animal Crossing 4 or 5 years down the line, that will really just be a sad statement around the fact that Nintendo has not bothered to make a new Animal Crossing game. And I feel like you kind of run out of things to do in Animal Crossing. And they have to put in some grinding elements to stretch it out. Like, it would be very interesting to see what the time to the last of the new content really is. Because while you do have like random paintings that are hard to collect and random collectibles, the main part of the game is paying off like your house loan and doing little odd jobs and having little events pop up. But I feel like if none of that was time gated, you'd probably be done with a game like that in less than 120 hours. Which doesn't feel like forever.
Try to bring out the natural flavors.
Although, in all fairness, you probably could see most of the content in Skyrim in 120 hours, and then the mods would be the thing that would continuously add new content,
No one gets
or
past me. Too
redoing
slow.
redundant elements would be part of it. I feel like it would be really cool if there was a Skyrim mod out there that just took certain save states and jumped you to those positions. So, like the Daedric armor events, if you could jump to the start point of each of the Daedric weapons and events, that would be great. The masks, collections, if you could just jump to where those are, that would be great. A lot of times just cutting out the grindy parts of going through the dungeons, which are kind of the best part of the game, could save tons of time. And or a lot of the crafting and stuff is pointless after a certain point. Next we have a game on Steam called Survive the Rift, which is a side-scrolling shooter game. It looks fine. It's just kind of not my kind of game. Early access, $14.99, English only. Guess I'll put it on the follow list, but I don't really know why. Next we have a game on Steam called Sons of Ra, which looks to me like it's an Egyptian tower defense, but they're calling it a real-time strategy also. Yeah, it doesn't look interesting. $13.49, English full audio. Part of the problem here is the limited number of spaces it seems like you can even play the game on, and seems to be overemphasizing player versus player, which that doesn't feel like something that's going to ever actually happen. Right. If I do this, and do this, and then attack here,
No one gets past me.
here,
Too slow.
and here. Let's see. TechRaptor has Deedland Pocket Planet Edition review. Let's see. So it looks like a cell phone game, a small planet survival game. They gave it a 5.5. Deedland Pocket Planet Edition looks to the cosmos, but gets pulled in by the inexorable pull of planets, leaving you to crash land after just a few hours. While the real build can be fine, the waiting often isn't worth it. Pros: the idea itself is good, some nice systems. Relaxing. Cons: it's tedious, quite constrictive, and a little shallow. I would also say TechRaptor is going to lose my attention. Yeah, it's doing several things to lose my attention lately, but being imprecise or confusing in your description at the end is not helpful. I want to be able to scroll down here and understand what you're saying instead of you being cutesy with it. Particularly when half the time they can't even spell things right on articles. This is such BS that I lost there. That's totally crazy. Alright, well, next we have Man Remastered, and I'm just going to show this entire video. So, Night Dive Studios brings back a game I played when I was far too young to have been allowed to play this game. This guy has a mask stitched into his bones on his chest, and that is like the image of the box art in on the Nintendo 64 packaging. And I remember buying it when I was about 14 years old, I would say, at Toys R Us, and the teenager behind the counter, I imagine, looked at it and goes, "Boy, that's gross," and then just hands it back to me, even though on the back of it said "M for mature," and they did not like card me or anything. So yeah, those things happen. So the idea of Shadow Man, I think it's based off a comic book, is that this Cajun witch kind of stitches this thing to his this magical mask to his chest that lets him go to hell, basically, to defeat monsters and demons. There's some damnation aspect to it, that he was damned for some evil action of his, and he's trying to get he's trying to be become a good person. He looks very gross and grotesque, and you spend quite a while looking for these chest spreaders that you stick in the chest of these sacrificed humans to portal from one way to another. The graphics here, for as low polygon as they are, look better than I thought they would. Now, this is a weird story, a weird game. It never got a sequel, and it's unlikely to... I don't remember fighting a flying monster. Janky controls, pretty much, too, so I don't know how much they can really fix any of that, or bring back or remake a game like this. This is a game that really needed some a remake instead of just a remaster, because the remaster part of this is kind of nothing. The graphics look about as good as they did on the NES, and the NES obviously could only push a few polygons on the screen by modern standards. It's a Metroidvania game, as weird as it might seem. You get different abilities in grotesque horror, Hellraiser-like aspects that let you move to different places. Apparently, some cut content existed before. Maybe that's why I don't recognize it. There's a summer camp in Florida, day and night time. There's a salvage yard in the Mojave Desert, day and night, and the Asylum Station 2 experiment rooms. There's also going to be new audio. So it's kind of a new content, or somewhat a new game. You can switch between original textures and new high-resolution textures. I am not seeing anything that looks like new high-resolution textures. Though, not by modern standards. You have to collect a certain number of evil souls to unlock certain gates, and you push out their souls with the gun. So it's not just a gun that shoots bullets at people, it pushes their souls out. Nintendo 64 GAD icons. I wonder what GAD means. I probably would have known what that means. New weapon wheel to select weapons faster as time is slowed down. Improved controls. Improved destructible objects. Auto-targeting. Tweaked and improved AI. Level rearranged as originally intended. A ton of fixes across the entire game. So this is a different experience, apparently. A second violator consistent with the Nintendo 64 version. There may have been a PlayStation version of this too. What's funny is that they're claiming that a lot has been improved here, and I just can't remember the game well enough. Up to 4K resolution at 240 Hz. Dynamic pixel per pixel lighting. All secrets from the Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and PC included in the remaster, plus many more to be discovered. The original Shadow Man was developed in 1999 and depicts violence and gore that are present. I think that presently reflect that. It is by no means realistic, but it may be not be appropriate for all audience. Yeah. And see, if they were going to make a full remake, and this is probably the test bed, is to see how many people they can get to buy this game now to see if maybe
I've got to take a break.
they would remake it later.
Take that!
And yeah, I definitely am going to put this on the follow list, although in all fairness, it already meets the 30 reviews of positive, so I'm just going to put it on the wish list. But if I am going to make the baseless speculation that maybe they are testing the water to remaster, to make a full-on reboot remake of this game, then we have to look at the other games that Night Dive Studios has released, and they really have no reason that they would remake any of the Pajama Sam or any of those games, or Turok 2, or Turok 1. Somebody is working on the System Shock reboot here that was supposed to come out in the summer of 2021. We're past that point pretty much at this point. Sin Gold from 1998 is being highlighted as their most recent game, or their topmost game that they want to talk about. And this whole list is backwards. Interesting, the publishing link took me to a different place. So, it is unrealistic to say that they would actually remake Shadow Man. Shadow Man might be a fairly decent game to try and remake instead of trying to redo Sin or redo Forsaken, which are better known games, or redo the point and click adventure humongous games, which really don't need redos as much as the remasters. Although if you were going to reboot all of these point and click education games, there might be something to that idea, and bring them back and use them to have a kids line, maybe every year, take and talk between making a new kids game and making an old fighting game. We can see as we get down this list, there's some worse games that apparently they've published also. I would say if someone was to gift me Shadow Man, I probably would play it as soon as possible. I don't know how as soon that really would be, but I would be very hyped to potentially play that game. And it does have the slight benefit of being so old and so janky looking that even though it might be horrific and gory and bloody, it's not in the line of something that I feel like I'd have to keep for a Halloween month. You could also run the comparison here that Shadow Man is kind of the male version of American McGee's Alice, because it's basically the same thing. Alice is in this crazy wonderland and she's platforming and fighting people. Shadow Man is in hell doing the same thing. I don't even know what his real name is. It's a game I barely remember. I sort of remember it, but a lot of it I don't remember.
Too slow.
I do kind of recall it was fairly grindy as a game, though, and you kind of had to collect all of the collectibles. And see, these mounds of flesh are where the souls you have to collect are. So you have to find them throughout the entire mission, the entire levels. TechRaptor has an article here, seeking out DreadX collection The Hunt, which seems to be a combination of several different games. I think the DreadX collection is just a bunch of Game Jam horror games that got combined and sold. And so I don't know if DreadX collection colon The Hunt is one game within that collection called The Hunt, or if that that is the third DreadX collection.
You are done
But
for.
yeah, I've seen some YouTubers cover the DreadX collection, and
Shining hope.
yeah, I'm not super
Guess I got too close.
interested in it. I don't think I would want to play any game that's just a collection of Game Jam games. Some may be good, some may be bad. Maybe if I got word that one of the games in the collection was just amazingly excellent, then I would buy it and only cover that one game, but that's highly unlikely to happen. Next we have a game called Hitchhiker, a mystery game, which we saw the trailer for this, but it seems like you're hitchhiking with multiple people, so I guess you're kind of playing as the hitchhiker. And maybe investigating the other people. $13.49, English full audio. It honestly feels like it might be a surreal experience where you keep getting forced to hitchhike with people, and the people that are driving are weirdos, instead of the hitchhiker typically being the weirdo. There is just some craziness. Certainly. Well, I'll put this on the follow list. I think that might catch my attention.
Let's speed things up.
Don't call me
do this.
short.
One more rally.
Too slow.
It won't be long now.
I'll show you a secret technique. Rah!
Shutting down.
Let's see. Next we have Tanuki Justice, which Tanuki being the Japanese word for raccoons. Looks like an NES game. Not sure if it really would play like an NES game or if there'd be anything more to it. Yeah, I feel like it'd be really hard to justify playing a game like this. Like, it does look slightly interesting, but I think I'd just get frustrated with it fairly quickly. There's a lot of fights going on here, a lot of bullet hell, a lot of platforming. Well, not that much platforming. $11.99 English only. I'll put it on the follow list. See if people like it. Apparently it's also available on the Switch. And then we have a game called Nemesis Race Against the Pandemic, which is a third-person shooter. And honestly just looks like an asset flip third-person shooter. $3.59 English full audio. TechRaptor has Dungeons and Dragons Candlelight Mysteries review, which I think this is a game. Let's see. Nope, it's a tabletop thing with just some pictures, I guess. Oh. That is the other thing that keeps messing with me as far as the
Shutting
random
down.
nature of TechRaptor. And sometimes they're talking about card games, sometimes they're talking about tabletop games, but the vast majority of the time they're talking about video games. Here they have one. Social City Builder Patron comes to Steam Q3 of 2021. Patron's a terrible name. So many people are going to confuse that with Patreon. CD Projekt Red made $300 million in profit last year, according to TechRaptor. Here we have a game on Steam called Rogue Sentry. It's all black and white, top-down twin-stick shooter, it looks like. $6.79, English only. Finally.
My allies, my friends.
Lovely day for a fight.
Okay, can't evolve.
Too slow.
I shall give birth to
Next, we have a game on Steam called Miguel Shroom, First Day at School. And this feels like it's a jigsaw puzzle game that has text that appears after the jigsaw puzzle. Which, that's an interesting idea, but it kind of seems like it seems like it's just making you do a jigsaw puzzle first, and then it's a completely different gameplay mechanic, and I don't think that's gonna really work. This is English and Portuguese Brazil full audio, but then we see text popping up, so it's not really full audio. I'm gonna put this on the follow list, but I feel like, yeah, if you were gonna have it where every time you entered a new screen on a Zelda-like game,
Call me short.
you had to then
get some. By the
Nothing
storm.
scary with allies by your side.
oh, I'm gonna
Too
die
slow.
if he decides to attack, which he probably will. Yeah, it would have to be like a 3x3 puzzle, a really small puzzle every time you went to a new screen, or you could give slightly bigger puzzles if it was the first time you've seen that screen, but that really feels like that would just slow down the whole progress and the concept of the game in anyways. I don't think that makes
Nothing scary with
something
allies
like
by your side.
Link's Awakening a better experience. So if he can do 6 damage more, which really means he just needs to do 2 damage more, he'll win. Otherwise, I can win the next turn. Next, we have a game on Steam called Down the River, which I haven't seen too many games around rafting, and I really wouldn't say this looks like a good attempt for kayaking either.
Nothing scary with allies by your side.
He totally let me win that one. Three victories when they're handed to you on a silver platter. Well, we still need 2 more matches, and we would need more ranked matches in general. Just try to get one more. I think in general the idea of going down the river might be an interesting idea, but you'd have to be very careful about how you simulated it. You probably would want to make it hyper realistic. You wouldn't want to just have low polygon people kayaking and then crashing into bears and elephants, and then having the bears and elephants attack you. $3.49 English only. I think the whitewater pinball table is probably more interesting than this. If pinball was a thing that still really existed, there'd be all kinds of low effort game developers out there that would be making little animations for pinball tables for the video modes, because that's a point where it would really make sense to have just a 2-minute experience that's simplistic and easy, instead of trying to sell a game that is simplistic and easy and low effort on Steam. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Drifters Loot the Galaxy, which is already mixed. Looks like it's probably a player versus player game from Blind Squall Entertainment. Early access, free-to-play, online PvP. Wouldn't be surprised if it is because the servers are bad. Could not find a match, literally 10 minutes plus in the queue. So, yeah. That was one negative review. Maybe not the main issue. Next, we have a game on Steam called Orbitarian, which looks like it's a space shooter game with maybe some gravity physics. $9.99 English only.
My allies, my friends.
Lovely day for a fight.
No one gets past me.
This is our way out.
See. Kickstarter has 7 Wonders Mystery announced in cryptic trailer,
To the others.
which it's from Asmodee. Is this a video game? The 7 Wonders, they don't even know if it's a video game or not. So you just have a, let's see if I can bring it up on Twitter. Yeah, you just have this video. I feel like 7 Wonders was a game that I played on my cell phone or something very similar to that. And if it's like the game that I'm thinking about, it kind of didn't work very well. It was sort of a slow game and
How much is in it for me?
didn't fully make enough sense.
Let's speed things up.
You are done for. I better get a bonus for
Come
this.
get some.
This,
No one gets
Time
past
to
me.
retreat.
this,
Time to retreat.
Too slow.
this,
Time to retreat.
I
and
earn
that.
my fair share.
This is our way out.
But yeah, looks like it could be anything. Gamma Sutra has Apex Legend has amassed 100 million players in 2 years. Okay. I don't know if that's in total or if that's
Carry on.
currently playing. 100 million seems like a large
This
number.
wasn't worth it.
Here we have a game on Steam called Into the Eternal, which looks like it's a all over the place fantasy RPG with kind of bad graphics. Low polygon graphics. $19.99 English full audio. Yeah, I'm not impressed by it.
Light upon the land.
Hit that.
Come
Hit
get
that.
some.
No.
This is our way out.
Here we have 100 Hidden Cats, yet another one of the 100 Hidden Something series for 79 cents English only. I mean, they definitely aren't asking that much. If it almost makes sense if you are into hidden object puzzles to stick with that series compared to trying random hidden object games on Steam.
Armor. Stronger armor. Loyalty is ironclad.
Alright. Can we do something to save the day here? I think we have to evolve here.
Won't be long now. Luminescence, shining hope.
Kill that. Yep.
Critter worth their salt.
TechRaptor has an article here. Chris Tales release date has been revealed for summer of 2021. Chris Tales looks like an interesting RPG. But we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. There's a demo on Steam that you could check out.
My lord.
This is the one with the time manipulation, I think. Unless there's 2 games that look like this. Yeah, put that on the fall list. I've totally backed away from the idea of not putting games on the fall list if they are in early access or don't have a release date. I've realized that. Which, that is, I suppose, a slight adjustment that needed to be made. Otherwise, there were a couple of games that I was missing and not getting to the fall list, at least. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has this article. Xbox continues to gradually removal of Xbox Live Gold from the free-to-play games. Which, honestly, this is not new news. I don't think there's any reason why they're writing this article on the 14th.
This wasn't worth it. The silver of my sword shines above the
The
battlefield.
Gamma Sutra also has Sony details how it's redesigned its PS5 packaging to help save the planet. Well, the PS5 is huge, and thus it would need a huge amount of packaging, so I don't know how you can argue that this is help saving anything. If they wanted to help save the planet, they wouldn't be producing the PS5 in the first place. And you really can't expect any kind of corporation that's trying to make money to really do anything to help reduce or reuse packaging. There's nothing here that I see that seems that space age as far as the technology. What you would have wanted to do is, for the amount of plastic just on the top and bottom here, which probably had to be fairly rigid to hold this ridiculous shape, which if they hadn't made ridiculous and had just made a standard box would have been a lot easier. But for the amount of plastic here, you could have just had a thick plastic bag that inflated with air all around it, and one box, and not a box and a sleeve, and another box with all the packaging and cords, and then several manuals, and I don't even know what these twist ties are about, or what this is about, or what this is about. But this hardly makes it feel like major improvements. But sure, they'll throw some numbers out there and go 70% of it is PET plastic and being reused. And it's like, yeah, lots of people make those claims. In the end, it doesn't even really matter. Like, so Sony's packaging is not the thing that is polluting the world completely. It's all the shipping containers that are dumping trash into the ocean, and all the factories that are producing most of the carbon monoxide. It's the ridiculousness on as far as buying energy offset credits from shady people,
Let the duel begin.
shady corporations. And it's the ridiculous politics, certainly, of pushing the idea that individuals recycling their trash is going to actually do anything when it really doesn't, because A, it's a drop in the bucket, and B, almost everything that you send to the recycling just gets shipped to China and is probably just burnt and not actually recycled. There was slight talk of finding specific kind of worm-like creatures that would eat through plastic, which there might be some benefit to that. And a few things have been designed with biodegradable plastics, which there might be some use to that. But a lot of things could also have been replaced with bamboo. So had they simply made a rigid frame of bamboo to hold the PlayStation 5 instead of plastics, then at least that would kind of make sense. But then they have to ship them all over the place, and people kick the boxes and drop them. So you have to balance that versus somebody dropping a $500 PlayStation 5 in shipping or in the store. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Chibi Wars Kinetic Novel. Kinetic usually meaning that it goes linearly and doesn't branch away. I don't know if you really would even call this a visual novel. It's kind of a comic book. It's tagged as design and illustration. $4.79 English full audio. Seems like 3 issues is what they're claiming it has. This is a crazy idea in general. Like the idea that people might try to start selling comic books in digital format on Steam. If Steam wanted to make that a category, I suppose that would be fine. Steal some thunder from like Comixology and maybe a few other places that sell comic books. But I imagine if you get a game like this, a comic like this, let's just call it a comic because that's what it is, you could probably easily screenshot it or decompile it down to PDFs, and it's not like they're going to give you a PDF or a zip file of photos to put on other kinds of readers or put on a tablet or anything like that. So why specifically would you want to read a comic book on a PC screen is really a question, with no portability and Steam DRM instead of a more industry standard DRM of just it being locked to a specific device, which, or in all fairness, maybe most people reading comic books on Comixology are also reading it off the website. But there's a benefit from having a website to organize your comic books, that particularly one that's specialized around comic books, versus Steam, where if you bought this, it would just show up as a game and nothing else. Plus, Steam has shown no interest in expanding what it's selling. It reduced video sales to basically none. It got rid of that. It barely tolerates selling soundtracks. You can sell or give away DLC that have PDFs and art books and things like that if you want, but there's no special category of focus around that. And I don't expect them to introduce anything like that. Here we have a game on Steam called Koogaroo, which looks like it's just random visual effects. $5.99. Nothing of interest.
Foul forces of darkness, bow wind, grant them courage.
See. TechRaptor has an article here. A new Bungie IP has a strong focus on competitive player versus player. Okay. Seems like you get barely a screenshot there. As far as trying to figure out what they're actually talking about.
It won't be long now.
Okay. If I kill this one, then do I want to kill this one? And this one? Hit that one.
Blow on, dear wind.
Don't.
Hit that one.
Sweet dreams.
Might win here, but I doubt it. TechRaptor has an article. Persona's mobile game Codename X is coming to China, which I guess that's specific news of some importance. The idea of any Japanese game being approved for sale in China is kind of newsworthy. Here, Gamma Sutra has a blog publishing a game on Epic Games Store, 3 not so easy steps. If that interests you.
You see? Only getting stronger. Step back. New arrival incoming.
There's a screenshot here as I'm scrolling down that I don't like the look of. The idea of either a kid playing a horror game on YouTube, or a kid being excited to see his horror game is sold on Steam.
There's no retreat.
Either way, I don't like the idea around that. Hmm. 4 damage to an enemy follower.
Time to say goodbye.
Unquenchable! Yes, run away!
Adorable to the end.
Let's see. Gamma Sutra has a mobile publisher and marketing platform, App Loving, netting $2 billion through its initial public offering. Oculus is bringing AirLink wireless and native 120 Hz support through Oculus Quest 2. I assume AirLink is some kind of Wi-Fi thing. AirLink is a Wi-Fi streaming solution offering a completely wireless way to play PC VR games on the Quest 2. Interesting. I imagine the latency on that has to be particularly low, otherwise it's going to be useless.
He is born again!
Sweet dreams.
Yes, run away!
Adorable to the end.
I'm gonna lose here. Let's see. Gametsu has a point-and-click adventure game. There is no game. Wrong Dimension is now available for the Switch. And that's how many tabs I had opened it just now. I'm getting to the Gametsu articles. Although some of these articles are also redundant. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis global closed beta is set for May 14th to May 16th. I'm gonna play again, even though almost certainly not gonna get anywhere. Let's see, Sky Children of the Light for Switch launches June. I feel like we talked about all of these articles. Yeah, I went too far back. Alright, well, I think we've caught up. Here we have a game on Steam called The Space Between, which this is very low polygony with a very soft blur around it. Like, definitely feels like it might have some PT vibes. $5.34. Bunch of languages. They're comparing it to Layers of Fear and the Cat Lady. I'm gonna put this on the fall list. Like, the visuals scream to ignore this game, but maybe there is something there. Maybe we'll live in a little hope.
My family.
Mother, father, come on.
Next, we have a game called Eternity Protectors, which looks like absolute garbage. This is early access for $3.39, bunch of languages. Obviously, that's not making it to the fall list. And then, let me check to make sure this is YouTube family friendly. Here we have a game called The Shadow of Yidra. And here you have an anime girl with heavy cleavage bounce happening on this trailer. And honestly, I'm wondering if the trailer literally is going to, for 2 minutes and 2 seconds, just show heavy cleavage bouncing. Nope, eventually you get to actual gameplay. So it's side-scrolling shooting in a zombie apocalypse. It looks like you might pull back far too much for a game like this. She also seems to have like some kind of spit mechanic, which that's an interesting idea. And then here we are back to bouncing boobs. See, this feels like a game that I feel like I might buy to try to cover on YouTube, and then it just wouldn't work. See, like these guys here might be considered naked. Who could tell? They may have a bikini thong on or not. Or this girl with the big teddy bear might be the problem too. So this would be dangerous, and almost certainly this game is something that has an adult patch somewhere.
But make it
It's $10.99. It's Japanese full audio. I don't think it has any controller support because they're making a big moment to tell you the controller things. Mature description says this contains a lighter level of nudity and pornography and a certain level of violence. That's an interesting way to phrase it. A lighter level of nudity and pornography and a certain level of violence. Really hedge your bets on that statement. Alright, well, so that's probably not YouTube family friendly, then would be my guess. But if there was a censored version of this, it does kind of look like there's enough of a game, or at least half of a game here. Running and gunning as a concept on a 2D side-scrolling shooter is a bit of a weird way to play a game. So I'm going to put that on the fall list, and then inevitably I'll forget about it and accidentally buy it, and then realize I can't actually cover it. So I'll probably have to be more careful. Or we'll find out people review it and think it's kind of bad. Unfortunately for adult games, though, people tend to not be very critical as far as the quality.
I live by the sword.
TechRaptor has an article here. Magic the Gathering's upcoming secret layers have leaked. Which, okay. For people that care about Magic the Gathering, looks like secret layers are going to be selling some more of the 2 dual color cards, land cards, which are typically the best cards you can possibly hope to get.
Take that.
Gamma Sutra has this article. Activision and indie dev are clashing over the Warzone trademark, which I'll be interested to see if this actually goes anywhere.
Revel in the battle. Wait, that's it?
So that does seem like the idea of Warzone being trademarked may actually go to the courts. That.
Restrain myself.
And then maybe I should have evolved that. Gametsu has the Resident Evil Village upgrades gameplay. Resident Evil Capcom came out with several Resident Evil things. So upgrades apparently are going to be done by this fat bloated guy, which there's kind of a careful issue here where the big vampire lady and a fat bloated guy, that they might become a little too feminist for my tasting, I suppose that's the phrase to use. But all of the Resident Evil characters have in general been kind of crazy characters, so.
Wanna know how you're gonna die?
So here we've got a zombie that looks very grotesque. Then we've got fish that you can shoot, like Resident Evil 4. A lot of this is clearly inspired by Resident Evil 4. Pigs and goats attacking you, that's new. Is it alright to shoot zombified animals? I imagine so. See, and then you harvest them and pick up food out of them. Let's pause this for a second. Come over here. That.
On the land.
And then evolve that.
Be gone.
Luminescence, shining hope.
That.
I must restrain myself.
Alright, back to this. Shooting chickens. And so you get these kinds of quests, I suppose, recipes to find different foods and have a cooking system of sorts when you mix the foods together, which seems to be fairly complicated compared to the whole idea of just mixing things. What I want to see here is, are all the zombies going to be the same male model, or are we going to find multiple different types of zombies? And yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be just a whole bunch of ugly fat guys running around, but seems like there's going to be a lot of shirtless zombies and cannibals running around. Remember in Resident Evil 4, there was the lady with the axe that would always throw things. So that's what I'm looking for, is, are we going to see a lady zombie here, or is that just not acceptable in 2021 to have equal gendered zombies? And then they may counterbalance that. Resident Evil 5, on the other hand, pretty much had only one or two female bad guys, and a lot of the female bad guys turn into giant monsters anyways.
My dragon and I are one.
At some point you've got to fight that big zombie, the big vampire lady, but I wouldn't be surprised if she takes like all the women from the village and takes them to the castle and turns them into vampires too, and so you see them in a different section that they're not showing and highlighting at the moment. Yeah, moving on, here we have a game on Steam called Flixie Cats, which looks like nothing. Maybe a Toe Jam and Earl clone, or an attempt at something like that. Early access $2.99. Very uninterested. TechRaptor has an article here. Valve has reduced the CSGO bans restriction for pro play, allowing some players with very old bans to finally qualify for professional Masters tournaments. Interesting. This probably indicates that CSGO is not doing well enough in their books, and they need to bring back some old players, or there was one specific player or one small group of players that they wanted to see come back and play, and they got banned for some reason that they don't care about anymore. Gamma Sutra has an article here. See how Sucker Punch brought the island of Tsushima to life at GDC 2021. This is just an advertisement, isn't it? Yeah, it's just an advertisement for GDC.
Wait, that's it?
King of Fighters 15 Sure Me trailer and screenshots are available, and that's quite the cleavage you've got going on there. So, see more King of Fighters characters. Or, I don't know how you can fight with the hair in your eyes like that, but maybe she's blind. Or maybe she's just that good of a fighter. When you have a fighting game that puts these big explosions during the collisions, I wonder if that's hiding animations, which I think I'd kind of be okay with. I'd rather more fighting games to come out and the rest of the fighting mechanics be more polished and the networking be more polished than spending a lot of time on high-level impact physics technology that shows every time a hand is directly coming in contact with another hand, or a foot is coming in contact with a chest. These animations clearly are pre-rendered ones. And yeah, King of Fighters seems to be on the side of showing some flesh, because you've got some girls in skirts in the back too. I wouldn't be surprised if we found some of the DOA developers jumping ship and working on King of Fighters for SNK. But I also wouldn't be surprised if there is a massive increase in just new video game companies that appear over the course of the next few years. Gematsu also has Danganronpa Volume 3, Killing Harmony Anniversary Edition for iOS and Android. It has its first details and screenshots. Being a visual novel game, though, it seems like that'd be easy to bring to a cell phone.
You complete me.
Apparently you're playing as a different girl, and instead of objection, which was the key phrase in the gameplay mechanic in Danganronpa 1, this one is consent, which, yeah, that's a weird phrase. The anniversary edition of Danganronpa Volume 3 probably highlights the idea that there is an potential anniversary edition for PC, either out already or coming out at a certain point. And that might make a good argument around not playing Danganronpa 3. In fact, I should probably check to make sure that there aren't any new updates coming for Danganronpa 2 before I even play that. But that super long visual novel also took forever, so I need to take at least 12 months to get that done. Chris Beyond the Patch instead of Jack Beyond the Patch. Let's see. Kimetsu has Moshi Kashite Obake no Shatikiya for Nintendo Switch. First details and screenshots. This looks... I don't know what kind of game this is. Seems like it's a monster shooting game with a gun pointing mechanic. Interesting. What's really interesting too is because they're remaking House of the Dead for Switch with the gun pointing mechanic too. So has it just taken this many years for them to be able to design an API for the Switch so you can actually do that whole Wii style gun pointing game mechanic? It maybe has been that. It may very well be that Nintendo has been just working on that code and not actually have finished it until just recently. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Flingleberries, which looks like it's a flinging player versus player game. It doesn't look visually polished. $4.99 English, allegedly full audio. Next, we have a game on Steam called Happy Bones, which seems to be kind of a combination of RPG and just kind of weird graphics. I want to say bad, but honestly, it looks fine. This could be somebody's art style. $4.49 English full audio. They're comparing it to The Walking Dead. I don't think so. TechRaptor has this article. Apparently, Humble Bundle price sliders are broken, according to customers. So, in the past, the price sliders, when it has a price slider, sometimes it doesn't, you could move it around so that it would only go to the charity, in this case St. Jude's Research Hospital, or all to the publisher, or to Humble Bundle as a humble tip. And usually they try to break up whatever amount you're donating so that everybody would get some. But apparently now here you have one on a page where it's missing versus one on the page where it is. Although arguably I could, within less than 2 minutes, make Humble Bundle look that There also seems to be some code backing it up as far as hide sliders equals true, hide sliders equals false. So yeah, Humble Bundle looks to me like they're getting into some shadiness with their one selling point, which that doesn't make any sense because it's not like Humble Bundle has anything else to their name. If they aren't a charity bundle, game bundle site, then they are just a game bundle site, and at that point I don't really see any reason to give them any more business. Humble Bundle has consistently over the years given me some decent deals for some games, but more recently I kind of haven't liked any of their deals, and if you want to get a really good deal nowadays on a Humble Bundle, you have to buy the max level anyways. And then they still are doing the same scam that so many businesses do, in which when you donate money and say allocate it to go to a charity, you don't get the tax write-offs because you're receiving a game which is an item of value, but then they get to donate that money that you gave them so that they can get tax write-offs. So almost certainly Humble Bundle as a corporation has never paid any taxes in its entire life. Moving on, 505 Games is looking for a senior product marketing manager in Calabasas, California. But I should make it clear, I'm at the moment not super mad at Humble Bundle, but I might get mad at them later. When these kind of controversies come up, it's always nice to take a step back, take a breath, and evaluate how far you want to go. And frankly, being on the cutting edge of every new outrage is no way to live your life. Let's see, Gamatsu has The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2 for Switch, launching July 8th and August 5th in Japan and Asia. Which, yeah, I'm a little surprised those aren't already on the Switch. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaibai Inokami Kaputan adds a character named Sokonji Yorokodaki. I have no idea what kind of game this is though. Apparently this game is not out yet. Just gonna go to the home on this and just try to burn through the news since we've been going for 3 hours at this point. 3 hours should be the hard out point on any stream. But as you can see, the daily mission starts again in like 30 minutes, and theoretically I should just be trying to get 3 victories that ranked to get all these rewards, to get more gold, to have more cards in that vicious cycle that collectible card games always put you in. Shin Harayagami 3 debut trailer details and screenshots are now out. So what is this? Let's see. Looks to me like it's a horror visual novel murder mystery from the looks of it. Looks like there's a decent amount of text in there. They're even telling you that there's a decent amount of text, whereas so many other games will try and trick you. And here you have some kind of classic horror, Japanese horror stories. Really gross Japanese urban legends. It's almost like an X-Files from a Japanese perspective. And I kind of have to say I like the idea of just older adult-looking characters. So often it gets dull seeing the moe art style used over and over again. And in this scenario in particular, it would make no sense to have anatomically incorrect, shorter, younger-looking characters. That being said, Angel of Death, which kind of does have the moe art style, is coming to the PS4 and Xbox One in April 22nd. This was a JRPG game that gained enough popularity that it became eventually an anime, I think maybe a manga too. This guy's like a crazy serial killer. This girl's in this like maze that a serial killer owns every floor of the maze, and she wants to be murdered, and he won't kill her because he only kills people who want to live. And so then they end up teaming up, is the basics of the story as I understand it. And that being said, though, it is kind of just an RPG Maker game, so it depends on how detailed your imagination, I guess, is, if you can really turn something like this. It really feels like a game that should be remade if the concept's that good, or if it's popular enough for that, to something besides an RPG Maker game. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus DLC character Eustace launches April 20th. Fox guy in armor. I think we'll skip this video since it is just a character reveal. Let's see. Kitara Fables adds a PS4 and Xbox One version coming out in 2021 as a RPG game of some sort. Looks like a Stardew Valley style game. Sword of Legends Online has a Bard trailer, which, okay, once again a character reveal for our character. This lady, a bard, so she plays on her musical instrument that kind of looks like a lute, but I'm sure has a different name for almost certainly. I wouldn't know it. Elemental Harp is what they're calling it. Okay. Wildlife photography game Beast of Mariahville Island is coming to PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC in June. I feel like there was another game that had Mariahville Villa in the name. So either there is a real island called Mariahville Island, or somebody had a different game with that name, or maybe I just locked in on this name. I don't recognize this at all. And it kind of looks like it's a half platformer, half Pokemon Snap game, which I don't know if breaking the on rails mentality makes a better or worse Pokemon Snap game. It might make a better game, it might make a worse. Honestly, I can't think of a single photography game that was kind of open world that has succeeded, though. And very few photography games in general have succeeded. Moving on, Sniper Ghost Warrior 2 Contracts 2. Welcome to Kuramar trailer, which we'll skip that trailer because this doesn't look like much of anything to interest me. Like, if this is a good sniper game in general, fine. I'm just not at the point where I really want to play any of the sniper games. A roguelike deck builder called Rise of the Slime launches for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC this spring. It almost feels like we're back to business at this point with Gematsu, with just lots and lots of announcements. This is a weird art style, but it's kind of cutesy. Yeah, I don't really believe it, though. I think a lot of the announcements that we're getting right now for games have a high chance of still being pushed. I'll put this on the fall list since it is early access out already. But yeah, I think the real release dates for a lot of games may get pushed quite a bit still, and that at any point there's a chance for there's a chance for a pandemic resurgence or some other slowdown. Let's see, Gamatsu has Days Gone for PC launching May 18th via Steam and Epic Game Store. At some point I may play Days Gone, but it would have to be super cheap, and in all honesty, I would have to play a couple other zombie games first for it to make sense. Skate City for the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC launches May 6th. It's currently available for Apple Arcade, which, okay, let's check out this trailer. There might be a game here, but the fact that it came to Apple Arcade first might mean that this is kind of an overly simplified skating game. And while I wouldn't mind a slightly simplified skating game, something super easy where you're just pressing the A button and nothing else, would be too much. I want to be able to at least do 4 tricks and 4 different moves, and probably some combos and modifiers to 4 basic tricks, like a front flip, a kick flip, a back flip, a side flip, spins, whatever those really would be called by skaters. I'll put it on the fall list on Steam though. Let's see. Gamatsu has the Caligula Effect 2 introduction trailer, which has been age restricted, so we won't bother with that. Although, you know, at some point I probably do need to figure out if I can see these age restricted videos when they're embedded or not, or if that is just a default YouTube thing. A game called Beautiful Desolation for the PS4 and Switch launches May 28th. It's a Twisted African Plains is what it's being described as. It's kind of like a futuristic alien world. I don't know why that would be the African Plains per se, but Beautiful Desolation. Let's check this out on Steam. It's mostly positive, and it's on my wish list as a point-and-click sci-fi game. Is there really a point-and-click? It kind of feels more like it's a yeah, I guess it's kind of like a Fallout 1 type game. Okay. Well, I've already decided to put that on the fall list, so that's easy enough. See, Gamatsu has more information as far as Neo the World Ends With You, if you're interested in that. Some more characters and pin system and some cutscenes. I kind of would like to see the gameplay mechanics more than anything, as far as this, as I'm scrolling down quickly. A lot of characters to take notice of. Does that say Jolly Be Caught? Angelic Kit? Well, there might be some interesting gameplay when I actually can see some gameplay, but so far I'm not sure. Wasteland 3's story DLC, The Battle for Steel Town, launches June 3rd. A lot of this news, honestly, is Western announcements as much as it is Eastern announcements, so I wonder if Gamatsu has just decided to cover more Western games since it got so slow otherwise. Wonder Boy Asha in Monster World, Voices of the Monster World trailer, is now available, and I'm sure you probably would want to listen to that one to hear the voice acting. F1 2021 has been announced for the PS4, Xbox Series, PS5, and Xbox One and PC. And a lot of Gematsu articles here. Time traveler adventure game called Wanderer has been announced for PlayStation VR, Oculus, and Steam VR. Which this is probably the first VR game that has bothered to put out an announcement instead of just sneaking itself out when it was ready. Which this is a good step forward because it does indicate that somebody's trying to make a quality product and actually treat video games, the VR games, the way other video games are treated. Put on some kind of watch and then you all of a sudden seem to jump to all kinds of different places. Interesting. But I don't know if that means that there's a full game there or if that's just a gimmick. A Ubisoft Forward at E3 2021 is set for June 12th. Basically an announcement for an announcement. Let's see, a 2D anime-inspired survival action game, Lost Ruins, launches May 13th for PC and in Q4 2021 for PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. Do we have a trailer here? Anime-inspired means basically nothing. It's just the art style. It kind of feels a little bit like a Shantae game. Interesting. And so you have all these different girls in sailor school outfits, and then they turn into big monsters. It's something. There is a possibility though that this game either doesn't play that interesting, or it is just so obsessed with the anime girl aesthetic that it misses the mark on telling a good story and an interesting story. That is the same risk certainly with a game like Shantae, where you end up having her in more and more outfits and the gameplay sometimes feels like it suffers. But yeah, at the current moment, I think that deserves a follow. And it's tagged as a Metroidvania game also. And undoubtedly that game is going to get more coverage from me and other people just because it has that anime art style instead of a boring old Dark Souls style art style where it's just like some dark character that you can't even make out in armor. Let's see, Puzzle Bobble VR Vacation Odyssey launches May 20th. So Quest obviously had an announcement of several games. And I am slightly interested as how you would play Puzzle Bobble in VR and what would really change. Well, I guess it's 3D at that point. And that kind of does make sense. Like, I really have to applaud the idea here. This is what you would expect to see if you were playing a Puzzle Bobble game in 3D. You'd expect something that spins around and that you can tilt your head and see, and that would offer something different and something new instead of the same old, same old. I was totally expecting it to be a flat 2D image where you're just shooting the colored balls up the rail. And I was shockingly surprised and pleasantly surprised. See, Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania has been rated for Australia. So apparently we've got a new Super Monkey Ball. I believe I had heard rumors of that several months ago, but seemingly they are now letting it leak a little bit more. Here we have a game on Steam called Ghost Cash Collect, which looks like nothing. It's $1.59 in English only. I'm trying to cycle through everything and balance out the number of tabs I have left open, and it's still mostly Gematsu articles. Valheim Ninja Warrior course in competition was created, which I think this once again just highlights Valheim's ability to build quite a bit of stuff. I'm not sure if that's going to maintain an audience for a long time, though. There's a blog here from Gamma Sutra, 7 nudges and manipulative techniques present in Undertale. Which, okay. This might be interesting reading if you were trying to figure out ways to nudge or manipulate a player to feel the way you want them to feel. Which, in all honesty, a lot of games you end up finishing them and being completely in a different mindset than the writer of the game wanted you to be in. Let's see, Gamma Sutra has an article here. Facebook has enabled software subscriptions for the Oculus Quest, which, yeah, I don't know if I like the sound of that. Let's see, Gametsu has Tormented Souls, 9 minutes of gameplay, PC closed beta test signups are opened. Let's see, what is Tormented Souls? Sounds like a game I've heard of. Is it the dungeon crawler with the better animation? No. It's some kind of horror game. I've never heard of this. This feels like this is a Silent Hill style game that they're trying to make, and feels like you would have mentioned it or teased it before you have 9 minutes of gameplay or 6 minutes of gameplay. And sure, like almost any Alone in the Dark Silent Hill game, you're really just wandering around horrific places collecting elements. This does feel like a game that may have a lot more of this going on and a lot less of the polished transition cutscenes. And any action gameplay may very well be just you shooting guns in a awkward tank controlled way with a single camera. This definitely feels like a game that would appeal to big fans of the original version of Resident Evil 1 and might not appeal to modern horror fans so much. I would also say her outfit is kind of all over the place. The leather jacket and then the bow on the back of the dress and then all the red decoration on the front of the dress and then the red hair. It's just a lot visually to animate. But it does also give a personality to her instead of a horror game where she's just this lost, confused person in a horrific scenario for no good reason. Let's see. Next we have a new Pokemon Snap Lintel Region Snap Guide trailer and Japanese commercial. It's been updated to English, so we can kind of see what it's going to look like to play Pokemon Snap. On rails, taking pictures as... Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Pokemon Snap here barely is any different than the way it originally works. I guess maybe you can scan some things and maybe do some other elements to make the game a little bit better. But yeah, it's going to be fairly hard to take the concept of Pokemon Snap and make it a 60-hour game, whereas I think the original Pokemon Snap was probably a 20-hour game. And that's the thing that they would have fixed a long time ago had they not pretty much just abandoned the idea of Pokemon Snap and moved on to the next Pokemon thing. Resident Evil stuff. Resident Evil Village time limited demo and Mercenaries mode have been announced. Let's see if there's There's like this is the 4th trailer. So we're gonna see a lot of Resident Evil here. Seems like you're getting dragged somewhere. Just trying to jump through this and see if there's anything really interesting. Well, see, here's the thing. You're in the village and you see a whole bunch of people, and then they apparently all get burned. So it may very well be a case that the Countess and the vampires and then the zombies take over the village and kill most of the citizens and turn them into zombies and monsters. I'm seeing quite a few monsters in general. It's going to be very questionable how this game somehow ties into what's going on with the rest of the world in the Resident Evil universe, but it does seem kind of like the Resident Evil universe is kind of random and insane anyways. A Dead by Daylight Resident Evil chapter launches in June. This is now Dead by Daylight, I think, is the player versus player game. Yeah. So this will be just more Dead by Daylight, really. Which I'm surprised Dead by Daylight has even succeeded as well as it has, being an asymmetric game. I really never felt like any of those were actually going to work as a concept. Resident Evil 4 VR has been announced for Oculus Quest 2, and of course they're gonna continuously port Resident Evil 4 on every single thing that they can. So let's see if we can jump here. So yeah, you have a knife in one hand and a gun in the other hand. And you can apparently throw them up and switch the knives and the guns. But otherwise you're pretty much just playing Resident Evil 4. I imagine you're not going to get any new abilities or anything like that. The graphics don't particularly look any better improved than the last time anybody's improved them. Which is to probably say that if Resident Evil 4 ever actually does successfully get a remastered graphics upgrade, every single version of Resident Evil 4 on every single platform then is going to be tried to sold once again by Capcom to you. That I said that sentence terribly, but Capcom is going to try and sell RE4 to you again in remastered versions multiple times. Moving on, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is coming to the PS4, Xbox One, and PC. I kind of expected that to happen. I'm a little surprised though that they didn't announce it before it was released on the Switch, but I guess Nintendo paid for some extra exclusivity. Gametsu has the Famitsu sales updated, so we can see a whole bunch of Nintendo Switch games still selling very well. And then let's see, the first non-Nintendo Switch on this list this week is 28 Outriders for the PlayStation 4. Yep. At that point, you kind of have to agree that the PlayStation is dead in Japan, and the Xbox is not succeeding as a secondary competitor. The number of hardware units still being sold is fairly high, so I have to wonder if people are buying PlayStation 5s and 4s simply as Blu-ray players and nothing else, and they've just abandoned the idea of using it as a game console. That might be the case. The Xbox Series still getting outsold by even the new 2DS LL, though. Let's Let's see. A first-person puzzle game, Summertime Madness, is coming to PC this summer, and the PS5, PS4, Xbox One, and Switch later in 2021. Which, let's see what this trailer shows us. There's a ton of news today. I don't know what happened. Well, what happened inevitably is that I streamed early in the morning on Wednesday. I'm streaming fairly early in the morning on Friday. And that means a lot of announcements must have happened after Wednesday happened and on Thursday. Summertime Madness looks like it might be interesting. Or it might just be an assembly of random images. King's Bounty 2 Unite Them or Fail trailer. Let's see what kind of game this is. Can't tell. Can't tell if this is a RPG game or what. It feels like an RPG, I guess. Kind of want to think then what was King's Bounty 1 any good? So let's see if we can find this developer. 1C Entertainment, I think I've heard of them. Scroll down here. That game, The Watchmaker, was terrible. Let's see. I do have several of this publisher's games on my wish list. But where is King's Bounty? It's just so many games. UFO, Aftershock. I want to see that one too. Come on. El Matador. I think I decided not to put that one. Here we have King's Bounty Warrior of the North. Is that it? Or is there another King's Bounty game? King's Bounty Crossworlds. Alright. Star Wolves. Now I'm just looking at every game they make. Elven Legacy Magic. These are so old games. King's Bounty Armored Princess. So there's a whole series of them. King's Bounty The Legend. So, which of those would be the de facto starting point? There was a brief point in which some people tried to sell games that should have just clicked that. They tried to sell games broken up into different modes. So you might play an RPG and buy the version where you can only play as the mage versus the warrior versus, say, a berserker or something else like that. I think that fairly quickly was abandoned as a concept, though, because I don't think anybody liked it. And I am seeing no less than 4 King's Bounty games. Let's look at UFO Aftershock, which must mean that there is a UFO game before this. Yeah, this looks just like incredibly too old to justify playing. And see, nowadays you wouldn't put a gas mask on somebody even if they should be wearing one, just because you'd want to show their face more. Although, in this old of a game from 2005, the graphics are so bad, hiding the mask makes a lot of sense. And then we have El Matador, which is mixed, which is kind of a shame. I believe this game is speedrun on occasion, and that's where I saw it from before. And then you have King's Bounty, which is rated very positively, but looks incredibly old. And so I feel like this is 2012. I feel like what would it run into is a scenario where if I were to buy these games, I would probably just spotlight them and play them for a second and then give up. I feel like they might be slightly like Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and that's not a bad type of gameplay, but still way too old. Here we have a 2010 version. It's rated very positively. This is a standalone version of the Armored Princess game. That contains an improved version of it, 2 additional campaigns, and a world editor. Interesting. So let's leave that one. And then Star Wolves. Looks like it's a space game. Definitely trying to sell on quite a bit of cleavage. But the actual screenshots look like total garbage. Elven Legacy Magic. It's also mixed with very few reviews, so it's not really relevant. Although it does look like it's a widescreen, more modern game, even though it's 2009 compared to the 2010 game. And then, let's see. Armored Princess. It's 2009. Which just seems like none of these King's Bounty games. This is the sequel to King's Bounty: The Legend. So you really would have to go through this whole journey of saying, well, do you want to play this? No. Do you want to play this? No. And I'd have to spot like 4 or 5 different games. And then here's the 2008 Legend. So they're basically flooding the market with different King's Bounty games. And this one looks slightly more widescreen, but not quite. So King's Bounty: The Legend seems to be the first game in the series. And then King's Bounty: Dark Side. Looks like it actually is fully widescreen. Very positive. I just don't know. Like, it sure feels like you'd be biting off a lot of stuff, more than you could chew, as it were, to potentially play the King's Bounty series. I don't know why I keep going away. Here we have Villager Defender. This is a different game that just came out. Yeah, this is just a side-scrolling hack and slash. The animation looks nice, but it looks like it would be fairly boring fairly fast because you're just going left and right. $2.39 English and Russian. Next, we have a game on Steam called Dual Vox Max Quality. A offline first-person shooter, Western. I don't think there's enough polish here, but I might be willing to give it a chance. $11.99, but then bundled with a whole 20 other items for $27, English and Russian. I'll give it a chance, but it probably is a low-effort Russian game. Garbage game. Here we have a game on Steam called Iblis, IBLIS, which looks like a asset flip horror game like so many others. $9.99 English and Turkish. Hmm. See, TechRaptor has Genshin Impact version 1.5 is coming very soon with player housing, which I guess Genshin Impact still deserves a few announcements. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has a blog, composer interview examining the craft of video game music composition. Which, okay. Never heard of this game Spider, so I don't know if the music composed in it is particularly good. Oh, this does remind me. Apparently the Family Guy pinball table was reskinned to be more kid-friendly as the Shrek pinball table. Everything else is exactly the same. It's just the artwork and the sound effects and the video modes that are different and Shrek themed. Which, yeah, that's pretty crazy. We have a Platinum Games announcement. New World of Demons information, trailer number 2. Yokai Parade trailer. I didn't even know there was a game called New Worlds of Demons. Yeah, I think I saw this and now they've got like a second trailer already out. Okay, I guess Platinum Games is working their way to making this new game they're working on a big deal. Which Platinum Games did seem like they were trying to make a big deal around their next game when they did that whole number 4 tease about a year ago, saying they were working on 4 projects. See, Gamatsu has Bleach Brave Souls coming to the PS4 in 2021. Sweet Clown Gonza Sanji no Akashi na Dokushi for Switch launches July 22nd, which I have no idea what it is, but apparently it's a visual novel. IO Interactive has opened a Barcelona studio. Near Replicant has its first official live stream set for April 19th. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel Saikyo Battle Royale launches August 12th in Japan, which just feels like this is probably part of a new generation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon and card sets. Let's see, we have a game on Steam called In-Game Road to Salvation, which looks like it's an asset flip game. It's kind of all over the place. The idea of being in a car and running away from a giant demon is a concept that might work, but then you'd have to make a good racing game. And then also having it as a zombie infested world where you're driving around, and also having some interior building stuff. It's just asking for way too much. There's like 4 or 5 different gameplay modes that potentially exist in a game like this. $11.99. And the polygons are low. Leisure Suit Larry Wet Dreams Dry Twice is coming out for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch on May 18th. So they seem to be moving forward with that being the new series. That game is already on my wish list. But once again, that's a game that maybe would get me in trouble with YouTube. Although at a certain point I kind of don't even care anymore. But that's a bad attitude because I don't want to lose my 9,000 videos on YouTube, and I don't have hard drives set up and safe enough to back up all that footage. Here we have a game on Steam called Car Drive, which looks like a silhouette car driving game for 59 cents. See, here we have a game on Steam called Chicken Invader Universe, which is a chicken themed shoot 'em up with some kind of level editor. Free to play with in-app purchases as an MMO. That's insane. Yeah. I don't think anybody really wants to play a chicken MMO shoot 'em up game. That seems like that's just craziness. Next, we have a game on Steam called Causality. Or Casualty. Nope, it's Causality. Looks like it's an RPG Maker game. $6.24, English, Korean, Japanese. This is one of those games that maybe turns out to be a hidden gem, but I just couldn't bother to put it on a follow list. So somebody else would have to tell me this. I can see the beginning of the end, but we still have about 12 more tabs. Here we have a game called Armageddon Empires, which looks like just a turn-based card game type thing, board game type thing. Nothing particularly interesting. $8.99. Wasteland 3's first DLC is coming this June, according to TechRaptor, which we may have already talked about this. Wasteland 3 does seem to be a little bit higher action than I thought it might be. I thought it might be a slow XCOM turn-based type game. Let's see, a freelancer mod has arrived in Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord to change how you play the game. I talked about that. Here we have a game called Sato Dreams, which looks like it's a shoot 'em up lane battler, kind of like a rhythm game. Almost like it's trying to do an Icaraga thing. There's just not enough polish here, and the biggest problem is the dark black background and the simplistic HP bar. With a little bit more visual polish, I could be tricked into at least thinking there might be something to this. It's probably a rhythm game, and that would probably convince me never to play it, though. $2.39 English and Russian. I think this is probably a low effort game from the looks of it. So no follow list. Next we have Samurai Chess, which seems to be another one of these chess games that is not really built around any rule set that anybody has ever heard of before. Lego has announced a Harry Potter chess set, and I kind of feel like I want to get it, but it literally would be the third Lego chess set that I own. This is $1.49 English only. I'm going to put it on the follow list just because it's cheap. Like, for that price, I might be willing to learn Samurai Chess and see if it's a good gimmick around chess. Next, we have a game on Steam called Tree Simulator 2020, which, frankly, anything with simulator in the name needs to get a good hard look from Valve before it's allowed to be sold. $1.79. Clearly, this is a low-effort garbage game. Let's see. Genshin Impact for PS5 launches April 28th alongside version 1.5 Beneath the Light for Jaded. So Genshin Impact is not just getting upgrades, it's also coming to a new platform. I kind of wonder if at some point Genshin Impact will just abandon the loot box concept and just be a game for sale. Here we have a game called Titty Bounce, which I don't know what that means. It doesn't really seem like these MS Paint looking characters could have bouncing boobs, if that's what they mean, or if maybe it's tidy. Is that how you spell tidy? I guess maybe. $1.69 English only. Yeah, I think I misread that. I think it's Tidy Bounce, but also still garbage game. World End Economica Complete launches April 22nd for Switch and later in 2021 for the PS4. Is this a visual novel? Yes, it is. Probably has nothing to do with The World Ends With You. That is part of the problem with the Japanese language, is that phrases get reused a little bit more, and so when it gets translated to English, a lot of things sound like they're connected when they really aren't. And that's something that may just be lost in translation. TechRaptor has this article. Square Enix has shut down acquisition rumors. This was coming from Bloomberg, which honestly I feel like Bloomberg is not given enough scrutiny. Basically, Jason Schreier is not given enough scrutiny on his articles, and he's given way too much credit. But also, Bloomberg may just be trying to manipulate stock markets here. So, apparently there were rumors, allegedly there were rumors that that Square Enix had some interest in merging with another company, but they've come back and shut down any talk like that, which Square Enix might be lying, but they might not. They may very well be trying to just short Square Enix, but Square Enix is also a Japanese company, so if you're shorting them, you're doing it on the Japanese stock market, I imagine. I wouldn't be surprised one bit if somebody amongst all of the GameStop controversy decided to say, hey, let's figure out some way to make some money and pass a rumor and manipulate the stock market on a different video game company. But then again, I also wouldn't be surprised if Square Enix really is not interested so much in making games, because the only thing they really do seem to be interested in is Final Fantasy games, and those are so expensive they may be low on cash. Here we have a game on Steam called Fast Food Manager, which looks like just a 3D job simulator game. $8.49, English, Italian, German, and full Russian audio. Nothing there. Gets that to the follow list. Next we have a game on Steam called Crawler, which looks like a black and white dungeon crawler. I almost suspect that this art style is an art style, not just bad graphics. $8.49 is a little expensive for what might be a parody game. English only. But I'm going to put it on the follow list to see if people like it. I bet nobody ever plays it, if I was to guess. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has Cyberpunk 2077 dev CD Projekt estimates a record revenue for 2020. I don't know how they could legitimately estimate that, but they did. The last Crown of the Magistrar emerges from early access May 27th. This looks like a RTS game with maybe some unique characters. Let's see what it looks like on Steam. Dungeons and Dragons? Is it really based on Dungeons and Dragons, or is it just sort of like a Dungeons and Dragons game? It's kind of weird to have a Dungeons and Dragons tag in general. So do you play a single player? Yeah, you do. I'll put that on the follow list. Let's see. According to TechRaptor, the PlayStation 5 is now the fastest selling console in history. I don't know how you get to that point. That seems weird. But I suppose maybe just shortages of buying caused that to maybe happen. That people knew it was going to be so incredibly difficult to get it anyways, that people bought it up like crazy to either flip it or hoard it or play it. OpenCritic has IO Interactive opening a new studio for an unannounced IP. We know they're working on Hitman 3 and the Project 007, so I'm not sure. I believe that IO Interactive is working on a third game. OpenCritic also has everything announced at the April Resident Evil showcase, which apparently isn't that much, just linking to a video, and that's it, and a couple paragraphs. Which, yeah, I imagine they actually didn't announce that much. Here we have a horror game called All That Remains Part 1. That's like a point and click kind of horror game. $2.99. I'll put it on the fall list, but bet nobody plays it. Here we've got about 5 more tabs. Here we have a game called Mark and Laura Partners in Justice. It just seems to be fairly text-based. $3.49. Online co-op, English and Italian. So yeah, since it's online co-op, I don't think I would ever be able to play this, and it does seem like it is very much a text-based game. See, The Veil brings action-adventure to the visually impaired and sighted gamers alike, according to TechRaptor. Yep. We haven't heard any new news around usage or anything like this. Last I kind of heard, most people with disabilities did not get benefited greatly by this. It probably was slightly helpful, but for a lot of people, they probably already had cheaper solutions, custom-made solutions for their specific disabilities. Which is kind of a shame, because I almost wish they had made a few games that were like bongo games or something, so that there would be more of a reason for more of these to be sold and produced. Otherwise, it kind of feels a lot like the Rockstar guitars. And I guess since this game, The Veil, is mostly just done in darkness, then it would be a weird game to potentially try and play. And it is something that's on Steam, so we can I guess follow it. And see if whenever it becomes actually available. Next we have Country Discoverer on Steam, which seems to be like a joke game of trying to avoid getting hit by moving continents and then asking simplistic questions like, which flag belongs to Mexico? The Mexican flag, the Istanbul flag, I believe that's not China, but maybe a Pakistani flag. Actually, this one throws me for a loop. I no idea what flag that would be. Probably I'm not actually that good with flags. I could be wrong. Could have been wrong about all of those flags. Regardless, that doesn't look like a game I want to play. Let's see, next we have the Last Order Dungeons, which is kind of like a Game Boy high contrast black and white game. Not sure if there's something here I would want to play. Seems like you kind of just stand in one place and then you just bring up these lightning rods to destroy the people coming at you. It seems way too simplistic a game. $2.54 English only. I say no to that. Then we have Emily is Away 3, which I guess the real question is, did I put Emily is Away 1 or 2 on the fall list? Like 3 games where I actually own Emily is Away 1 because it's free to play and I was going to test that out, so I'll put this one on the fall list. Like 3 things about someone chatting with people they shouldn't be chatting with is what I think these games are about. Is is a habitual issue at that point of someone doing the things they shouldn't do. Okay, well with that, then that'll bring me to the Humble Bundle, which does have a new Down to Earth bundle, which is Figment for $1 and Vonio and the Celestial Elephants. If you pay more than the average of $11.53, you'll get Abzu, Iridia, Backlands Awakening, and Never Alone. I own Never Alone, but I don't think I own Abzu, so that might be a decent deal. If I pay $14, then you get Beyond Blue, the unfortunately named game Summer in Mara, in my opinion, Lost Ember. Now, I have my default person as Electronic Freedom Foundation, so if you scroll down here, I don't think the sliders are here. Yep, those sliders are missing. So, yeah, that's an issue. That does seem like an issue where you cannot change where the money is going. So I'll have to have a long, hard think as far as whether I want to go any further with that direction and continue to talk about Humble Bundles being on sale. Well, then that just leaves me with going through my Twitter feed and seeing if there is something new to talk about on this Friday, which almost certainly there isn't. Nintendo Labo website is shut down, and that means that this might be your last chance to buy it before it's gone for good. Well, at this point, I don't see any reason why you would get a Nintendo Labo if the website's being shut down. Yeah, that's just another example of Nintendo not supporting anything. Well, I just saw a game with a giant breasted anime girl, so I suppose any concern that adult games are not being allowed to be sold on Steam is once again reset. Yeah, I don't think Steam's gonna. I don't think Valve or Steam has enough energy and time as far as resources to try to push any kind of censorship at the moment. In all fairness, I have wished they would curate some of their games that were released on their storefront, which is a form of censorship, and I have hoped that they don't. So, generally, I want them to censor the things that I don't like and not the things that other people don't like. I just want them to censor the garbage, bad quality games, frankly. Just things that are obvious scams and terrible. Alright, almost done, I think. I'm still having to go through like 4 different tabs of Twitter feeds, but it is getting slightly better. I also have managed to not have any dropped connections on my cell phone And I think the thing that probably did it was either adjusting the quality of service or more likely adjusting the bandwidth from 80 hertz to 40 hertz as far as the channel width, which also potentially reduces the speed, but whatever. It's much more important to not have dropped bandwidth all the time. I still am occasionally getting a slight hiccup when starting a YouTube video, buffering, but that's not something that's crazy. Here we have a game on Steam called Mystery Trackers Forgotten Voices Collector's Edition for Big Fish Games, which it has been a while since we've seen a Big Fish game. $12.59 though. Then we have Synthwave Hop, which obviously is just a low effort parkour game with neon garbage, neon puke on the screen. $4.79. Here we have the horror game Exit From, which is rated very positively. Is it a VR game? I'd put this on the follow list, but it seems like for $1.24 out of early access, very positive. This deserves to go to the wish list, which that's cool. It's always nice to see something that just looks like a garbage horror asset flip actually turning out to be something a little bit better. Gametsu has Monu Japanese box art and a full title changed to be even longer, which I guess in Japanese it's defeat monsters to get strong swords and armor. Even if you die, fight and become stronger. We believe in the day the heroes will defeat the demon lord. Which, yeah, those crazy Japanese names sometimes. Here we have a game called Maze, a VR adventure. There is another game called Maze that came out only a couple of years ago. This is different. And this doesn't look particularly interesting. $5.39 English only. And here we have Childhood Friends. While this isn't tagged as having any nudity, this giant, ridiculous, oversized cleavage certainly tells you what kind of game this is gonna be. At least it's gonna titillate, if nothing else. $17.99 English, full Japanese. Do I have a reason to put a game like this on the follow list? No. I mean, I guess I'll try. I'll just see if reviews are really good. And then finally we have a game called Saints and Sinners, which looks like nothing. It's early access, $5.94, online PvP, third party EULA. Yeah, so like nothing at all. And we would have to reload, I think, at this point anyways. Nope. Just once again the highlight. Nowhere near enough victories for 4 hours and 17 minutes of playing Shadowverse, although in all fairness I kind of stopped playing Shadowverse after the 3-hour mark. That's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a game off my wish list. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.